All or nothing. Wait, it's a 10.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Hello, Type. How are you? First indeed. Life is a party. Second, but still you're all winners. How are you? Hope you're all well. We're just starting off. We're running a bit late. That's okay. It's a Monday, right? We know how it is. Hope you're doing well. We're sucking some blood today. Yeah. That's what she is, Vampire. Vampire the Masquerade. Coteries and had to end the stream to go help a buddy. Ah, fair. Yeah, I caught the tail end of your stream. I jumped in there just lurking away, mate. I did. You're playing a bit of that WoW life, right? That's good. Normally I start streaming, I should start streaming at around 9:30, but hey. It is time to suck. Did you like my little headlines? I like that. Vamping it up, will it suck? Yampire clan. I was actually pretty proud of that, considering it's a Monday and my brain is cheddar. The reason we're running late, everyone, is the fact that someone, me, got all inspired to do his stream and then promptly sat at the screen for an hour and a half wondering what on earth he wanted to actually stream. So, here we are. Just grabbing supper, then back to playing World of Warcraft till my 7 days to die guys get on. Yeah, nice one. Yeah. Well, I was gonna play Yakuza Infinite Wealth. I actually have been meaning to play that game, and I was wondering if I wanted to do it on stream. And it does have an English voice option, so I thought about it. Okay. Alright, how about now? How's that sounding? Testing. Hello. My name's Lockenbach. Yes. Is that a bit better? Do. Something shark. Do something shark. I don't know. Oh no. Alright. Let's find out what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've changed anything. My microphone volume's kind of hitting nearly yellow. Testing, 1, 2, 3. My games, haven't really played with my game for ages. check the Windows volume thing. That's at max, the normal thing. All right. Let's see that. How's that sounding? Testing. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, maybe it's kind of strange how the actually I suppose we can put the desktop audio too down. Yeah, all right. How about there? Yeah. All right. Okay. The music is a vibe, right? Okay, now I've got to change my category. Oh my god. I come back to streaming after just a few days break and already I'm just like, what am I even? What's even happening? Hey, Restream, you know what you should do? Just saying, rather than spend all your effort like reminding us that we've hit 100 messages and we should tweet it every session, what you should do is make it that when I update my titles, you should have a working game category, so where I can just put my game in and it updates it, rather than me having to actually now go back into my Twitch thing and changing the category. That would be great. Thanks. Cheers. Alright, Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries, where are you? There we go. Cool, alright. Chaos is happening, yes. Alright. So, for those that don't know, hello, g'day, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, just so I'd mix it up a bit. Hope we're all well. Today we are playing some Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York. Vampire the Masquerade being an old role-playing game by White Wolf, I believe. I don't know if they're still White Wolf Studio, but now it's called mainly The World of Darkness. We have a world of vampire clans, werewolf tribes, and then all the various, like the hunters that hunt them down, the fae, changelings, the mages, all these different things in the world, right? They're all conspiring against themselves for power, you know? Meanwhile, just normal humans going, what the hell, right? Very cool role-playing game. It's been out for a long time. It's went through various iterations, and of course there is the numerous games that they've made from it. Being some of the original things like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, a very popular one, yeah. But they've done a lot of visual novel style games, which kind of lends itself very well, in my opinion, to the genre, obviously. And I believe they kind of include skill checks and abilities and that entwine in the story, yes. So, yeah, here we go. So Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York. I believe this is the first in a kind of a trilogy. Sazzy Vox here wonderfully gifted it to me to have a Raz. So, look, we're ticking off the boxes of the games. We played Feed the Deep the other day. It was excellent, 10 out of 10, and now we're doing Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries in New York. Excellent. So without ado, let's go. Alright, here you go. Let's have a slot. Alright, choose your clan. So clans being all the different types of vampires that are in this world of darkness. Bruja, the rabble a rebel against power and rage against authority. A seemingly insignificant man with significant ideas will join their ranks tonight. They're punk-ass, right? Fight the establishment. The Ventru. The aristocratic blue bloods embody wealth, sovereignty, and control. A top-level corporate executive will join their ranks tonight. They're considered generally the kind of de facto the political leaders of the clans, you know. They think very highly of themselves. They're always fang deep in all the political affairs. And then the Toreador. Yeah, Toreador? I always get it wrong. Toreador. Sure. The divas seek thrills of art, romance, and cruelty. Amid stagnant undeath, a tormented artist will join their ranks tonight. My lord, you know, they're all about them then satin sheets, red wine, and just like fucking the dance, you know, the arts, and all that jazz. Now, I mean, personally, I don't know. I mean, I would have loved if there was a Malkavians, which are just batshit crazy. But we got these three options. So, let's have a look here. I reckon I'm going to go Ventru. Hell yeah. I'm going to start off with a Ventru playthrough. Sounds good. I like the idea of a top-level corporate executive. Seems very Yamcorp. Yes. Choose your name. Amanda. Oh, shit. Amanda. I mean, we could just go with Amanda, right? So it's like, I don't feel like... I don't know. Do we call it Candy Pane? You know what? Oh my god. Christine. Fuck yeah, thank you. There we go. Is Christine really a like blue aristocrat though? Oh, so there's no voice acting. Shit, so I have to voice it. New York taught me to believe in fate. Had you asked me about fate back when I was a human, I would have told you it's just superstitious bullshit. That we were all designers of our own destinies. Christine simply is, right? That belief shattered when the richest woman in the United States, the actual richest one, not a face you could have seen in the papers of course, sank her teeth deep into my neck. It happened in the very same place you're standing in right now, by the way. Fate, you decide. Please, there's absolutely no need to be hostile. Just listen a little longer. See, my mistake was that I flew too close to the sun. It makes sense that my punishment was to never see its glow again. I was incandescent myself. I was hot shit. I had it all. Money, looks, confidence, connections, men, women, a career, and a spark in my eye. The one you need to be born with. And that's when someone far more powerful than me saw my radiance and thought, that won't do. She robbed me of the light erupting from within and gave me a subtle, enduring gleam in its place. She decided that would fit me much better. She was a 9th generation kindred, just like you. An apex predator. She probably enjoyed teaching me the peak of human excellence, my real place in the food chain. It's such an eyesore when you look at some loudmouth braggarts and see them for all they really are. The temptation to teach them a lesson can be unbearable, right? Well, my sire's lesson was a lesson about fate. A message saying, you're eternally doomed to be at the mercy of your sovereigns. It almost drove me to destroy myself. What saved me was the ability to reinterpret her teachings. Hers wasn't a message of doom. It was a message of hope. Fate exists, and one can shape it if given the right tools. My sire didn't believe my tools were fitting for the job. She considered them toys, and me just her amusing subject. Well, she's deader than dead now, and I'm still here, standing right where she stood when we first met. You might have wondered how I've learnt about your arrival to JFK Airport. My answer is, of course, destiny. As luck would have it, today happened to be a day some of my associates were inspecting the coffins. Driving you here straight from the plane and having you wake up in such an unfamiliar pace was a little desperate, and I do apologise for it. But it is so rare for you to visit New York. 3 times in the last 15 years, was it? And you're never eager to inform me you're here. I understand you still have that meeting on 53rd Street later tonight, so I'll provide a comfortable transport. I value our relationship very much, don't get me wrong. But it is precisely because I value it that I'm going to ask you to repay the favour you owe me. You're the only one I'd trust to do the job well, and without attracting attention. You might think I'm crazy asking you to breach the rules of our society like this. You might think it's impossible to get away with it unpunished. But this is New York, and I don't know about other cities, but in this one, fate really exists. And right now, it's smiling in your favour. This is how it begins. Your phone rings. It's your boss. Again. The setting sun that filled your high-rise office an hour ago is gone. The city looks like an ocean of light from up here, spreading for miles to the north. You pick up. You're about to call it a day, forget about the world of fintech and decompress at home. No dice. One of the investors wants to meet you. His voice is always the perfect mix of authority and sleaze. He'll come by your office in an hour. You look at the clock. An hour? He's got to be kidding. Yeah, I know, but stick around. He's a heavyweight. You want to make a good impression. Fine. You grit your teeth a little. The boss hangs up. 2 hours. Might as well pour another coffee into yourself and figure out how to best use this to your advantage. You suspect everyone knows that no, you're not actually not happy with your current position. That in fact you feel squished against the glass ceiling that comes with the territory. Sure, your idiot superior may have gotten the job only because he's the CEO's golfing buddy, but you're going to put an unholy amount of work into your advancement. Times were, you'd laugh off the idea of staying at the office until 9 PM. You had a partner to go home to, the nightly Netflix and chill routine to perform, complete with pizza or Chinese takeout. Ever since you moved up the ladder though, your hours have only gotten longer. Food, mostly in the company cafeteria, sometimes takeout, always in a rush. You praise the heavens for your crazy metabolism and dread the day it finally decides to give up. Preach. Spoiler alert for me, it gave up. Rest? At this point, the cleaning lady who takes care of your apartment probably spends more time in your bedroom than you do. Oh my. You flash back to your boss, quoting Shakespeare to impress his new, extremely attractive and uncomfortably young secretary. For some must watch while some must sleep, so runs the world away. Drinks, mostly with colleagues, and they all pretty much hate you at this point. Another flashback, this time to the most profitable quarter in the company's history. Still, the board decides that layoffs were in order. Your boss didn't feel like letting people know in person, so he passed that privilege on to you. Oh boy, who doesn't like, hey, so we've got to fire some people. I was thinking rather than me do it, your boss, I would like you, a senior worker, to do it, so that way you get hated. Cheers, thanks. Love it. 10 out of 10. Gotta hand it to him, he always knew how to pick his battles. But maybe, just maybe, tonight is the night it's all going to change. You decide to play the good looks angle, nothing too slutty. You leave your blouse slightly unbuttoned, check if your arse looks as good as you remembered in your pencil skirt. Mirror says yes. It's not something you're too proud of, but you've become too jaded to care. Knowing your luck, the investor is going to be one of two types. A self-obsessed Musk wannabe in his 20s. Or a fat old pervert trenched in cologne. Can't wait for this meeting. You hear the elevator ding. Ding. Time to get this show on the road. You take one final look in the mirror and fix your hair as the footsteps echo across the empty hallway. The man who approaches your office is not what you expected. He's slick, to be sure, but he seems a bit more refined than your usual company man. Expensive suit, matching tie and shirt, confident in his stride. Surprisingly good looking. Good evening. I hope this unforeseen visit isn't too much of an inconvenience. God, that voice. You're taken aback by how smooth and strong it is, and his eyes, steel blue, cold, intense. He's all business, professional, treats you in a manner that's appropriate to your stature. When he speaks, he actually looks you in the eye and not at your cleavage. He asks some questions about your work, tells you how he noticed your input after talking to the CEO, another golfing buddy, and comes charmingly close to calling your boss an incompetent doofus. All the while, you try to guess his accent, but you can't quite place it. European? Sure. But where from? I know, I've kept you long enough, but would you indulge me and join me for a drink? Of course. For a minute, there it seemed like he wasn't that kind of guy. But what the hell? You go with it. He seems nice enough. Besides, it's not like you have other plans. The investor has a limo waiting downstairs, and the driver takes you to a high-end restaurant in Williamsburg. A seat is waiting for you in the Deluxe Lounge. It's just the two of you. You talk about this and that. Your companion seems to have a knack for history. So, tell me, what would you do if you had full control of the company? You almost choke on your wine. This is your chance. You say what's been on your mind for months, but hide it behind a veneer of professional corpo battle. Refocusing, listening to your instincts for once. Restructuring, kicking at your boss. Aggressively pursuing new markets, getting the hell away from all these horrible people. He likes the sound of that. He leans forward. His eyes flash with intensity and something else. A strange emotion that wasn't there before. You'll do just fine. His words echo inside your head as you black out. I mean, that ain't good. That's not good. That's not cool. You wake up. God only knows how much later. As you try to piece together what happened, you hear a familiar voice, the investor, or whoever the hell he is, talking to someone. You suddenly recall snippets, fragmented memories, his sapphire eyes instantly locked with yours, his teeth suddenly longer and sharper. and something else. A feeling on your neck that takes you back to your last orgasm. A company trip to Florida. A sweaty room. That cutie from HR who doesn't work there anymore. And then darkness. Yes, I'm done here. Consider my debt paid. The investor pushes the other figure aside and walks away from the lounge, barely bothering to look at you. The door locks behind him. Some time passes before you find the strength to get up from the couch. You touch your lips. Blood? Did that arsehole hit you? You try to stand up, but your head is pounding and your stomach is like a heavy knot pulling you down. You didn't have that much to drink. Fuck, he must have spiked your wine. This is bad. You frantically check your clothes. Pristine. Doesn't make any sense. All of a sudden, a feeling hits you, unlike anything you've ever felt before. You fall to the floor, writhing in an all-encompassing pain and hunger. The kind that makes your insides burn, that cannot be denied. Try to calm yourself down with a breathing exercise they taught you at some bullshit mindfulness course. That's when it hits you. You're not breathing. And holy shit, your heart should be jumping out of your chest with that realization, but it's not moving. Not even a beat. The door unlocks. You hear a startled voice. A young man in a waiter's outfit, his accent thick with an Eastern European harshness, leans over and asks if you're all right. For a brief moment, you wonder what the hell he's doing here. Everything is wrong. Then his smell reaches your nostrils. It's intoxicating. Everything feels all right again. He holds out his arm to help you stand up. You grab it firmly with both hands and then you bite down. You sink your teeth right next to the old school pin-up tattoo of Rita Hayworth on his forearm. It takes you a moment to process what you're doing. A part of you wants to break away, but a stronger voice implores you to keep drinking. One thing becomes clear. You are definitely enjoying this. He only struggles a little and quickly falls to his knees. You can see his eyes now, pale blue and confused. You only bring yourself to let him go once he collapses on the floor. Your bite leaves a mess of his forearm. Poor Rita, all bloodied, missing half her face. Did you just drink this guy's blood? I believe she just did. You spit out a piece of torn flesh. I'm out, back home to my grind. No worries at all then, wife. You take care. Thanks for chilling out for a bit there, mate. Appreciate you. Have a great day. That's a why? Where? Was in that fucking wine. Become embraced into the Ventru clan. Barely able to focus, your heart and your lungs still motionless. You reach for your phone and dial 911. Operator. 911. What's your emergency? My heart stopped. I can't breathe. I killed somebody. What are we going with, peeps? What's the go? I mean, my heart stopped. That's pretty relevant. That would spook you a bit. I can't breathe. I mean, I feel, to be honest, my heart stopped is more impressive than I can't breathe, because I can't breathe, you could just be having a panic attack. My heart stopped infers that your heart, the thing that keeps you alive is not working, which would be interesting while you're having thoughts, right? And I killed somebody. I mean, I feel right off the bat that could be an issue too, because you're literally saying hello, send the police right over, right? Like, I killed somebody. So my heart stop might be the most let's go my heart stopped, right? Seems legit. My heart stopped. My heart. It's not beating. Ma'am, where are you right now? The door to the lounge swings open. The man who enters is not the one who brought you here, though there are similarities. He's tall for one, broad-shouldered, handsome, dressed in an immaculate suit, but his skin is darker, and the look on his face tells you he is not here to negotiate a deal. He notices the smartphone in your hand. Well, there you go. Stranger, pass me the phone if you want to live. It's like John Wick if he went through his goth phase and also then became a vampire. Oh my god, it's gothic John Wick vampire. I mean, I'm fine with that. This is fine. There's no issues there. The man's voice is persuasive, calm, but carrying clear threat. He's got the aura of a viciously efficient corporate shark. You find it hard to argue with him. Operator, ma'am, hello. I apologise for wasting your time. My new colleague got drunk and is now trying to impress everyone with her antics. Good night. He disconnects the call and places your phone in his pocket. For whatever reason, you can barely take your eyes off the stranger. As hypnotising as his presence is, though, it is also highly discomforting. Good evening, miss. I'm here to pick you up. Who are you? Pick me up? Call an ambulance? Who are you? Who are you? I'm your guide through this perilous night. The stranger approaches a waiter and examines his body. Critical condition, but he might live. Anyway, he then sets his sight on you. I know this is all new to you, but I've dealt with hundreds of strays like you. And going by experience, they tend to fall into two categories. First, there are the smart ones who carefully obey my every word and don't try to pull off anything stupid. I always get them where they need to be, safe and sound. And then there are the dumb ones. The punks who thought they could take me on. The wise guys who tried to contact somebody secretly and without permission. The troublemakers who tried to run off or make a scene. None of them got to their destination in one piece. In fact, most of them never reached their destination at all. His voice becomes slightly bored and monotone. You can tell he's given this speech before, likely dozens of times. So you see, while I generally consider myself pretty smart, I'm also a Mets fan. It's my one true weakness, one that inspired me to come up with a 3-strike system when dealing with pups like you. Is a Mets fan a good thing? I don't know. Steiger, how are you? What is up, sir? How are you today? I am very well, thank you, mate. We're just having a cheeky start of the week stream, running a bit late, but we're playing some Vampires the Masquerade Coteries of New York visual novel. So I'm just doing a bit of a reading of the visual novel, playing away and just relaxing, mate. Hope you are well, yeah? Hope you are well. For sure. I would expect that you'd be into the new Monster Hunter, yeah? Monster Hunter Wilds. Doing good for a Sunday? Excellent. Excellent. If you get on my nerves once or twice, well, I understand. Not all of us perform well in stressful situations. But cross me 3 times and you're out. No excuses, no forgiveness, no mercy. As he's talking, he slowly approaches you, adding a bit of a theatrical swagger to his walk. Eventually, he leans in, deliberately invading your personal space. Yeah, I think Monster. Oh, what's new? Isn't there a new Monster Hunter game out? I'm trying to remember. That's what you do. You kind of D&D, isn't it? Monster Hunter. Yeah, I thought there was a new Monster Hunter out. I could be wrong, or maybe it isn't out yet. Maybe Wilds is the old one. I don't know. I just saw that there was something about Monster Hunter and a new one out. Ah, there you go. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, Monster Hunter. Yeah, yeah, that's what I remember. February. Yeah, okay. I must have just seen that it was kind of like some people were playing a pre-release or whatever. He's invading a personal space. You realise it's a test. He's daring you to do something about it. 3 strikes, and you're out. Say, I understand, sir. Now. Every atom of your being screams for you to obey his authority. The second beta for Monster Hunter Wilds will be out on the 6th. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I was kind of right. I was just off a bit. I get you. Oh, shit. So we've got, I understand, sir. Fuck you, sir. Or what are you even talking about? So he's like, he just wants, he wants to just take us to the place. He just wants this to go smoothly. Now, this is my logic, right? Right. He's a Ventru. They're all about doing things the proper way, right? That's their society. Whether you like it or not, that's their whole shtick, right? I understand, Stir. Obviously, that's what they want, right? That's what they want. Fuck you, sir. That's what you kind of want to rebel as, right? That's what you want to do. That's the kind of like, yeah, fuck this, right? That's kind of what a Bruja would do, right? That's that. Fuck the system, yeah. It also though might show a bit of a spine to what he's trying to pull. And what are you even talking about, right? I mean, that's kind of a mixed bag, right? Now, I think a lot of people probably want to go fuck you, sir. Right? You want to? I'm going to go. I'm going to go the Ventru thing. We're going to go. I understand, sir, because he's literally said to us like how it is. He said it in a pretty chill manner, but firmly. He's like, look, I'll get you to where we need to go. But honestly, if you fuck around and find out, you will, right? Like, so you know what? I understand, sir. I understand, sir. Stick to that tone, and you'll do just fine. Moving on, is there anyone you'd want to inform of your current situation? Tell them you're alright. He flashes his fangs briefly, and for some reason the sight sends a chill down your spine. There is something very wrong about him. someone closest to you. So we can... Should we tell our boss? Or fuck our boss, right? There's no one. I'd rather not answer. You know, I think we're just currently unattached at the moment. We're just vibing. I don't want to tell our boss, right? Like, what the hell? I can tell that fucking idiot. Although we're telling our boss the same thing, like, you know, like, hey, show a bit of respect. Let's just go with the boss. My boss, I suppose. The stranger squints at you. Is he going to be like, you're a vampire now? Like, what the fuck, you know? Forgive me, but am I to assume your relationship is more than professional? You immediately give him a piercing glare. No. God, no. Me and that pig? Don't be ridiculous. Ugh. You said he was the closest person to you. You asked me if I have anyone I'd like to tell them I'm all right. The answer is yes. People at my office. I don't want to lose my job, so I'd prefer to let them know. I didn't just go off on a bender. No family. No lovers. No friends. Your blank stare tells him the whole story. He immediately stops prying and gives you something worse than a look of pity. A look of honest compassion. God damn. True Vampire Daddy's just like, but like, wow, you have been working the grind, haven't you? Like, you are the atypical corporate slogger. Jesus. I feel bad for you. Jeez. Well, that makes things simpler. But let me be crystal clear, just in case. From this point on, you are subject to different laws than the ones you grew up under, and you'll be watched by many eyes to ensure these laws are respected. You are forbidden from letting anyone know you're still alive. You are forbidden from showing your face anywhere they know you. If anyone comes looking for you, it's over for both you and them. That practiced tone again. You put on your poker face and listen in silence. So unless you want your boss to end up at the bottom of the Hudson, I'd suggest you cooperate. I mean, I feel we do not care if our boss ends up at the Hudson, right? I feel that's the general gist. Now, I think I might, when I can, I think I might also, I think we can put the audio up again now just a tiny bit, right? I think we'll do the medium text too. I like how they've got medium. We'll go medium text. Yeah, so I thought, don't tempt me. He smiles, revealing his fangs again. He smiles, revealing his fangs again. There's something absolutely sickening about it. Suddenly, you feel overwhelmed by a sense of exhaustion. You pass out. When you regain your senses, you find yourself in the stranger's arms, the man holding you as you would a spouse who's had a little too much to drink. You try to break free, but he holds you close and gives you a cautioning look. Only when you cease your struggling does he let you go. Only now do you notice a change in scenery. You find yourself in a fancy lobby. right next to the elevator. The place is virtually empty, save for a single concierge and some cleaning staff. Your companion gestures at the concierge as you pass, and he picks up the phone. The elevator arrives, the door opens, and the man motions you towards the cabin. After you. Where are we going? To a safe place. That's all you need to know. Trust me, you don't want to make this difficult. Just get in. Step in, call for help, demand to be let go. Let's just step inside. Going against your instincts, you enter the cabin. Smooth jazz is playing over the speakers. As the elevator starts its descent, you are dazed, panicky, but somehow locked in place. On the one hand, you find the stranger's presence oddly soothing. On the other, you can feel your body tensing up with stress. You can't help but think to the young waiter, the doe-eyed look on his face, the confused look he gave you just before. No, it's better not to think about it. Plus, you have the other things to worry about, like the fact that you're being kidnapped. The cabin door opens to the same garage you arrived at with the investor some hours ago. The man shows you a black Cadillac Escalade. I know what you're thinking. Getting into a car with some strange man, boy, seems like a dumb idea. Maybe I can make a run for it. I might be able to lose him. So let me be perfectly clear. Your best bet is to get in, relax, and enjoy the ride. I have money. What do you want? The waiter. Shit, I don't know. What do you want? What do you want from me? To meet your new superiors. You'll see. Superiors? Is this what a hostile takeover looks like nowadays? No more questions. Get in the car. Please. Make a run for it. It's like, do we feel if we make a run for it, do we feel that we will get away? Will we get the happy ending that we need from this? Or do we feel that at the moment maybe this is not the time to run away from, you know, slick vampy? I'm leaning to just going with the flow at the moment, you know. If it looks like we're in deep shit, we can give it a good old fucking fight back. But for the moment, I feel making a run for it would just be quite easy, unless we have super speed or something, in which case that'd be funny. But I think we're just gonna get in the car. Seems like the worst idea ever, but the man's made it very clear that you have no choice in the matter. I've got friends. Well, we've already ascertained that if we've got friends, we already told him basically we don't have friends, and that if our friends catch up with us, that literally us and our friends will be dead. So that's probably not a good one. Are you going to hurt me? I feel if he was going to hurt us to start with, he would have, and I feel he would just say no anyway, right? Like, or he could just say yes. I don't know, right? I feel that's a moot point. What's your name? I think that's a good one. I think rather than just calling him stranger, finding out who the person that's kidnapping you would be good, right? Can I at least know your name? You'll know it when the time is right. Oh, shit. He takes a glance at his expensive-looking watch. Listen, you really need to quit stalling. We're on quite a bit of a schedule here. The sun comes up in 2 hours, and I don't intend to be here when it does. Schedule? The sun? The sun? What does it matter when the sun comes up? Ah, you really don't know, do you? Good thing I got here when I did. He opens the car door and gestures you towards it. You see no point in delaying the inevitable, so you get in. The door locks behind you. The Cadillac is almost entirely dark. The side windows seem light-proof. The man gets into the driver's seat, starts the engine, and drives away without another word. This is fine. This is like catching an Uber. It's fine. It's fine. Interview with a vampire Uber driver. Excellent. Right, did I die? Is this a joke? How am I alive? Yeah, let's go to did I die? Did I die? Depends on your definition of death. Listen, I realise you have many questions. Tomorrow, you'll get some answers. But tonight, you need to do what I say. And right now, I need some quiet. Please. You feel too confused to protest. You stay silent for the rest of the ride, even as more questions bubble up to the surface. One of them being, did you actually kill someone tonight? Staring out the window, you find it hard to focus and quickly lose track of where you're headed. You can only tell that you haven't left Manhattan. Another underground parking, almost featureless, empty. The car stops and the man opens a door for you. Hey, at least fucking gentleman vampire, but that's good, right? We're here. The stranger walks you to a nearby door. He opens it and motions at you to get in. Go on, make yourself comfortable. If you get hungry again, take a look in the fridge. I'll pick you up tomorrow and you'll get your answers. Behind the door is a small room. No windows, just a simple bed and a simple light bulb hanging from the ceiling. A small fridge is humming away in the corner, accompanied by a rattling AC fan in the wall. You leave me here? Where are you going? That's not happening. You leave me here? That's it? You're just going to leave me here? That's it. For now, at least. Look, this room is your best chance at seeing another night. I realise you've been put in a problematic situation, and it's not entirely your fault. Cooperate, and you might still make it. You'll learn more tomorrow, but for the time being, get in and get cozy. He gestures inside the room. Try to escape. Step into the room. We'll do a fail playthrough at some point, right? I feel like we are going to step in the room, though. You step inside. The stranger nods. Good night. He locks the door behind you. It looks very sturdy. You open the fridge. There's a single plastic bag there, filled with red liquid. No label. Tomato soup? You feel sick to your stomach. Best to leave it for now. You lie down on the bed. It's a simple mattress on a metal frame. At least it's not too filthy. You think back to how this evening began. This investor, is he friends with the dark-skinned stranger who picked you up from the restaurant? What happens now? Unable to relax, you spend an hour or so playing out various scenarios in your head. Eventually, you decide to give in and let exhaustion take over. Whatever tomorrow brings, you'd rather face it well rested. Plus, there's no way in hell your boss isn't going to notice your absence tomorrow. That, and maybe some of the restaurant staff, will feel a pang of conscience. Someone will notify the police. Someone will find you. Right? You flash back to the waiter's tattoo. The bloody Rita Hayworth winking at you over a pale mess of a wound. You did this. You bit him. Drank his blood. And it tasted good. What if you can never go home again? You're so tired. Your entire body tenses up one last time and, before you know it, you drift away into oblivion. You wake up. That in itself is a surprise. You barely remember when you drifted off. It didn't feel quite like sleep, more like plummeting into an endless void. You imagine that's how death feels like. The room is unchanged, the lamp is still on, the AC is still rattling, the refrigerator still humming. You take a look at your watch. It's almost 9 PM. You've slept for 17 hours straight. Maybe you died. Your breath is gone, and you feel no thumping in your chest. Does that qualify as dead if you're still conscious? Fucking hope not, right? You're not sure about it, but you are certain about one thing. You are hungry. It's not your stomach rumbling, though. It's a need that starts somewhere in your abdomen and spreads to your chest, throat, and back of the head. You open the fridge. The bag is still there. You take a closer look at it. If it is soup, then its colour and texture are off. You pull the cork out, take a whiff. You recognise the smell immediately. Holy shit. There's no mistaking it. It's bagged blood. The smell is faint, and you remember some situation in the past where you found it nauseating, but now it's almost... No, not almost. It is enticing. Put the bag back. Drink the blood. Oh no! Are we going to try to stave it off? Or are we just going to succumb to that bad boy? Are we just going to be like... You know what? We're going to drink the blood. Hell yeah. It feels wrong, but right now, there's barely anything in your life that doesn't. To hell with it. You pour a bit of the liquid into your mouth. It tastes like shit. It's coppery, thick, and clings to your tongue and the inside of your mouth like a film of dirt. You swallow hard regardless. The taste is foul, but somehow you kind of want more of it. As you take a second sip, sucking the blood out of the bag, you feel something pull on your insides. You double over. You're going to barf. You instinctively cover your mouth, looking for a place to vomit. Before you find it, a dark red wave washes over your hands and fingers. It hits the floor, splattering in huge, thick drops. You keep heaving for a moment longer. Nothing is coming out. Not blood, not bile, not even spit. But still something in your body wants to push it out. Push it all out. Every last drop. As you recover, trying to wipe droplets of regurgitated blood from your dress, you hear the lock click and see the door open. Standing there is the well-dressed stranger you met yesterday. And here's me with blood all over myself, right? Just threw up blood. Wow. Immaculate suit again. That predatory look like a hawk on a hunt, but somehow more relaxed tonight. So like a tamed hawk? Maybe? Good evening. How was... He notices the spatter, your red hand, the sick look on your face. He barely contains a smirk. Oh, was the catering unable to satisfy your exquisite taste? Apologies. Offer him a drink. Was that really blood? That was foul. Offer him a drink. You can't tell me you can drink this. He takes the bag out of your hands and pours all of its contents into his mouth. He closes his eyes, theatrically savouring the taste. When he opens them a few seconds later, he looks sharper, energized. Not all of us are picky eaters. Come on, we've got places to be. I should have some water and a towel in the back of the car so you can clean yourself up. The car is humming in the empty parking lot just outside the door of the cramped room you've spent the day in. The man motions to it, politely, but with a stern look on his face. Rush the stranger, hijack the car, get inside the car. I mean, I just feel yet again, right? There is no... I feel if you're a brouhaha, these are the things you do, but as a venturer, you're just like, look. He's been chill so far, right? So, it's not like I have a choice, right? Correct. But your cooperation is appreciated nevertheless. You take the back seat again. The door's locked. The stranger takes the wheel and starts the car. You drive in silence for a while. From time to time, you keep trying to catch glimpses of familiar streets or landmarks through the blackened windows, but it's of little use. The car is also soundproofed, so all you hear is a bit of traffic humming and the car engine. The driver doesn't say anything and seems focused on the road. I mean, at least he's keeping his eyes on the road, right? You check the door handle. Yep, the door is locked all right. The piece of dark glass separating you and the front of the car looks sturdy too. There is nothing left to do but wait. You didn't have time to think about before. Right? It's fine. Don't worry about it. He's just a bit, you know, focused. Okay, he's just focused. You didn't have the time to think about before. But you realise that you're now hungry? No, not exactly. It's not a rumbling stomach that grabs your attention. It's a need that starts somewhere in your abdomen and spreads to your chest, throat, and back of your head. You become restless. This is essentially a kidnapping. Whatever this guy says about its purpose, it doesn't change the fact that you're being held against your will and you're not used to following orders when you can't delegate them to somebody else. You feel a need to get a semblance of control over the situation, so you decide to prove yourself useful. I know people in high places. I have a worthwhile skill set. I can get you a lot of money. What do we reckon? What do we reckon? We're going to try to flex our people in high places that if they catch up with us, we'll get killed? Do we flex that we have a worthwhile skill set to a vampire who probably also has flexible, worthwhile skill sets? Or do we present to them so much money? I mean, maybe he does need some money. Maybe he's Povo. I don't know. Just playing with the audio too, just so that we can get it just right. I mean, I have a worthwhile skill set? Sure, right? Listen, I'm an investment advisor and I have a lot of experience in fintech. Whatever your organisation is, it might find use for me. I don't even have any idea what fintech is, and honestly, I don't care to find out. A short pause. I'll be frank. Currently, you're in no position to offer anybody anything. The sooner you accept that, the better. Ah, that's harsh, right? Holy shit. Curse him out, call him a nobody, ridicule his lack of ambition. Shit, I mean, all... ridicule his lack of ambition. I don't know, man. They're all pretty shit. We're going to call him a nobody? I mean, nobody likes you, nobody. That sounds like Ventura shit. They like, you are nothing. Who are you, driver? You're hired help. Let me out this instance. Right? The ridicule his lack of ambition. Big words coming from somebody's dedicated errand boy. I wonder if you've ever achieved anything. Oh no! You push the right buttons. He gives you an absolutely furious stare through the rearview mirror. For a second, you spot a crack in his professional demeanour. Oh no. Oh no! He did not like that. You don't know anything about me. You have no idea where I'm coming from or where I'm headed. For a few seconds, he quietly fumes. Your attitude won't help you make any friends. And in your current position, you definitely need some. Consider that. Preferably in silence. That dull hunger strikes again. That powerlessness hurts. You are used to people listening to you, or pretending to care about your demands, at least. The driver doesn't play that game, and it annoys you to no end. It takes you another 20 or so minutes to get your destination. As the door opens, you try to get your bearings. You're still in New York, that much is certain. Queens, maybe? After me. No sudden movements. Please. You approach a nice-looking building that houses a two-storey gallery called the Art Hole. Two large men in suits flank the doors on both sides and give you, your companion, a nod as you approach. Prompted by the stranger guiding you, you walk inside. The gallery is full, which is unusual at this hour, to say the least. Ooh. Some weird-ass Yampire-approved artwork happening. Love it. About 24 faces fill the showroom, and a number of waiters navigate the gathering, serving drinks. All of them are beneath the guests' attention. The visitors are well dressed for the most part, but it's unclear what they have gathered here for. Nobody seems to be particularly interested in the art pieces on the walls, and the atmosphere is polite. Unnaturally so. Many guests turn to look at you and the stranger who brought you here. Their glances are varied. You see open contempt on a few faces, and animated interest on others. Most of the eyes in the room calmly observe you, as if wishing to appraise your worth. This reminds you of your company meetings. You, the only woman in the room, silently judged not on her merit, but her standing on the list, passed in clandestine email threads between your male co-workers. Until HR found out, that is. Fuck, if Christine fucking HR found out, she would fucking rip them. She would make them sleep in the HR cage. Not the most pleasant experience. There's no denying it taught you resilience. When others would cower, you now straighten up. When others would turn their gaze, you meet the eyes of the gallery's guests with confidence. The woman. Good evening, Quidar, and to you, child. Shit. The noble, cold voice takes you out of your head and back to the situation at hand. The gallery, a crowd of strangers. You've been brought here against your will. For what purpose? The room awaits your response. Good evening, miss. Excuse me, what? What is this about? Good evening, miss. We're going to show a bit of sensibility in this type of structure, right? Good evening, miss. You are addressing the Prince of New York City, Helene Panhard, child of Michaelia. Oh shit, it's a Prince of New York? We best be on our good behaviour on this one. Thank you, my sheriff, but I am capable of introducing myself. She's somewhat plain looking and doesn't seem to possess a great deal of charm, but still the entire room is intently focused on her voice. She has influence over these people, that much is clear. You may address me as Prince, child. I realise your introduction into unlife was abrupt, and I understand your sire left shortly after. The rule of our society dictate I punish you both for this transgression. Yeah, so normally that's how it works. So if a vampire sires a child, bites one and goes, there you go, they've got to basically then teach their child. They've got to be responsible, right? It's basically like child maintenance, right? Yeah? That they're like, you created the vampire, now you look after it and make sure that it doesn't go batshit crazy and ruin the masquerade, you know, the not to show the mortals like the vampire society, right? So if a vampire goes, lol, I made a vampire child, and then fucks off, like, you know, to go get a carton of like blood milk, right? Then tenly the prince of a city will be like, So anyway, then I killed them both, right? That's usually how it works. They just kill them both. A murmur of agreement, maybe, can be heard from the gathered audience. But I am willing to listen to what our loyal sheriff has to say about the circumstances of your embrace first. Embrace, is that a euphemism? I don't understand. Let's remain silent, right? Let's let the big people in the room talk, right? Once we've got a bit of agency, we'll have our agency. But at the moment, I don't feel this is the time to be a smart ass, right? Pick your battles. You decide it's best to stay silent and listen to the whole situation unfold. It feels like you're out of your depth here, right? Shall we begin? You're about to be judged by the Court of New York City. Quidar, please tell us how you found this fledgling and what happened on your way here. Okay, I think the stranger is the sheriff of New York and he's called Quidar. Court? Prince. Is this some kind of secret society? Make-believe? There we go, so his name's Quidar. Or Adia. I think it's Adia, right? Yeah, we're going to say Adia. A trusted informant, who has chosen to remain anonymous at this time, tipped me off about a suspicious kindred appearing in one of our domains. Upon investigating, I found them gone, but this fledgling remained in their place. A reservation made in the private lounge of the Patrician suggests this one's sire has plenty of resources to spend. However, they are apparently also well connected. I lost track of them. Despite some reservations, she offered little resistance last night and cooperated on our way to the safe house. I was pleased to not have her to force her compliance. Opening the door to the safe house tonight, I was greeted by a most disturbing sight of her drenched in regurgitated blood. Apparently, the bagged supply we kept in the fridge was not to her liking. The remark elicits a contemptuous chuckle from one of the gathered guests as they note the remains of the blood on your skirt. It was not an elegant sight, but that hardly matters, I suppose. Moving on. We had a quick chat, but wishing to appear here post-haste, I urged her to join me, which she did without struggle, a pleasant departure from my usual routine, I must say. During our drive here, she showed me her fangs, metaphorically speaking, posturing as if we were equals, insulting me when it didn't work. Oh, look, come on, I was trying. I refrained from causing her physical harm, but I expected her ego might still be a bit bruised. He looks at you and flashes a nasty smile. Oh no, so he's the sheriff, man. We're like, you're a nobody. Who are you? Meanwhile, the right-hand man and the prince of the area. It's like, well, how was I to know? The story ends with us arriving at Elysium tonight. All eyes are on you again. You take a special interest in one of the faces. It's a beautiful woman with curly, almost blood-red hair and a dress to match. You see her whispering to some bespectacled man with an absent-minded look on his face. Who is she, you wonder? Thank you, Quidar. I take note of this fledgling's behaviour and will take it into consideration later. She turns her attention to you. First, there is the matter of your sire, the person who brought you where Quidar picked you up from last night. Who were they? A handsome businessman. An entrepreneur, acquaintance of my boss, I think, good looking. Pale blue eyes and some grey in his hair. Charming, abusive, cold son of a bitch. You feel tired and angry. This whole situation, spending the day in some underground parking lot, having to bear the looks of a room full of strangers, it's almost too much to take in stride. There's no reason you should have to take it all in stride, but you do, because if there's one thing your professional career has taught you, it's that. All because of that arsehole. Whoever he was he never even gave you a name or a card. Nothing. Well, Cordia, does that sound familiar? No, it does not, or at least not familiar enough. I will continue the search after we're done here. He talked to somebody at the restaurant. That man, he talked to somebody at the restaurant before he left. I can't remember what he said, but he wasn't alone. Maybe that's a lead you could follow. Did he now? That is interesting. I do hope the proprietor won't stay mad at us for losing one of his staff. It's almost like he knows the waiter's face is still bothering you and takes pleasure in pointing it out. Thank you for that observation. I will investigate it later. What shall I do with the fledgling, my prince? What is your recommendation, my sheriff? The traditions are clear. Thou shalt only sire another with the permission of thine elder. If thou createst another without thine elder's leave, both thou and thy progeny shall be slain. I am ready to fulfill my duty. Stay your hand for just a moment longer, Adir. I wish to consult my counsel on this. Make sure everyone is in agreement. Of course. He seems strangely relieved. The prince leaves the main showroom and a handful of people follow her out. You're about to ask this Adir what all that talk of traditions and councils was when the red-haired woman approaches the two of you. Sophie. Sheriff, I was wondering if I could have a word with the fledgling. What for? She lowers her voice in response. Come now, Adir. We all know what the verdict is going to be. Let me speak to them. You might not have to stain your hands tonight, after all. Her words grab his attention. His face is hard to read. It's like several emotions are struggling for domination. Anger, sadness, hope, gratitude, resolve. I'll go get my sword. He steps out of the room the way you came, and you are left in the showroom with the woman in the red dress. She takes you aside, and the eyes of the remaining guests follow you. Well then, fledgling, you are in quite the pickle. What do you mean? What was that about a sword? Maybe you'll tell me what the hell this is. What do you mean? What do you mean? I still don't understand what my crime is here. Poor thing. That really isn't your fault. But if you want to get out of here in one piece, you'll need to understand one crucial fact that seems to have eluded your grasp. Last night, you became a vampire. Wait, what? Oh yes, I am well aware of how ridiculous that sounds. It's the reason why we have these nicer words for it. Kindred, being embraced, having a sire. The fact remains. The beings called vampires, you're looking at them, they're us. You glance around. Some of the guests are still occasionally looking at you, commenting on you in hushed tones. Many of the patrons are pale, really pale. Most hold glasses of wine. Huh. No, not wine. That's not the right thickness, and not the right colour either. Trying to come up with something sensible to say, you're drawing a blank. It makes a morbid kind of sense. You drank blood last night, there's no denying it, and your breathing has not returned. Your heart remains still. A vampire. Two voices in your head start battling for supremacy. One of them slowly begins to put everything that happened since yesterday together, coming to a conclusion that no matter how insane it might seem, nothing but what she's saying makes sense. The other voice just keeps saying, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, on repeat. I like it, I love it. That is a fair assessment of one's situation currently. You're surprised? This is often how it plays out by design. 100% flair, right? A deer deliberately keeping you in the dark and all. If we do nothing, you'll be cut down as sure as day follows night. But I am here to offer you a chance, a way out, under one condition. I'll take you under my wing. If you're lucky, the prince will be in a good mood tonight, and Adir's complaints about your behaviour won't influence her judgment. This society values docility. She might agree on this, but only if you swear fealty to me. I'm not making this offer lightly. As your patron, I will take responsibility for you. Your actions will reflect on me. If they reflect negatively, well, I will make sure you face the consequences. What happens if I agree? What if I refuse? What if I refuse? What happens if I refuse? I believe I know what the prince will ordain, and I am certain Adir will do his duty. You, my poor fledgling, will die. For good this time. With me, there's a chance you'll not. I can be your guide in this new reality. Steps and hushed voices can be heard from the side room. It seems the prince and her council are returning to the showroom. A deer appears from downstairs as well and starts walking towards you. Oh shit. Maybe we shouldn't have hung shit on a deer, right? Maybe we should just cursed him out. When you hear the verdict, ask to be spared. I will intervene. Remember my condition. She flashes a heart-melting smile towards Adir, who does not smile back. Ah, bless their frenemies. Probably lovers, frenemies, enemies, who knows, right? Adir and Sophie. The sheriff's immaculate suit is now complemented by a curved, oriental-looking metal scabbard fastened with a colourful sash around his waist. Oh boy, that's not good. It would look vaguely ridiculous if it wasn't surprisingly intimidating first and foremost. Adir takes his place to you and observes as the prince takes centre stage again. Loyal kindred of the New York City Camarilla gathered here tonight. I have made my decision regarding this fledgling. Their behaviour since being embraced has been disagreeable, and that does not bode well for them becoming a valuable member of our society. You are all keenly aware that these nights we need to close our ranks and trust the wisdom of our elders and their traditions more than ever before. As our trusted sheriff pointed out, there can only be one course of action. Seriously? Is Adir like just because literally because we made him feel shit, right? God damn it, we should have just swore at him. Although I acknowledge some of my council's divergent opinions on this. She takes a look specifically at one of the people who left the room before, a somewhat plainly dressed, shy-looking man whose skin has a somewhat healthier tone. He bows his head in deference. I hold the final authority over this fledgling's fate, and I declare that while their embrace might be the sire's responsibility, in their absence, it is their progeny that shall be punished. The sentence is final death, to be resolved presently. Adir. You hear a scraping sound and see that the sheriff has unsheathed his cursed sword. It is a beautifully detailed blade, which you expect must be worth a small fortune. Its apparent sharpness makes you freeze up. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Oh shit, that's a fucking baseball reference meant to sing, is it? Holy shit. His quiet mumble is audible to nobody but you. As his eyes meet yours, you note just a hint of sadness in his countenance one that quickly vanishes to give way to grim determination. Adir doesn't really want to like do it, but you know, at the same time, we did piss him off, so I guess he's like, well, you know, anyhow. And he's out to bat. You will not get another chance to speak up. Ask for mercy. Escape the gallery. Remain silent. Just that's just, and you're fucked. Escape the gallery and you're fucked. I mean, look, we are going to ask for mercy because Sophie is pretty hot, and also literally it's an option, right? We'll go with an option. I feel hanging out with Adir, like kind of going, I mean, you really shouldn't have given me shit in the car ride, but here, right? Save us, mummy, Sophie, right? You make your choice. Spare me. Please, don't make me beg. God damn it. Prince, if I may ask you to stay the sheriff's hand for a while longer? Adir looks at the prince, awaiting her response. The sword is still hanging above you, threatening to fall at a moment's notice. Is there something you'd like to say, Miss Langley? Yes, if I may. At first, the prince looks somewhat annoyed at the distraction, but she stays quiet for a while, measuring the mood in the room. The bored elites suddenly look at you with aroused interest, some of them dismayed at not seeing the bloodshed, but all intrigued by the unexpected twist. The prince nods. Yeah, they're like, oh, this isn't right. Well, let's hear it. Sophie takes a few steps forward. All eyes are on her now, but Adir's heavy hand on your shoulder makes it clear you won't take advantage of the distraction. My prince, while the traditions are clear, I believe that the proper context should be observed in addition to the letter of our laws. This fledgling is a burden, but with proper guidance, they can become an asset to our domain. And I understand you are volunteering to take this unruly child under your protection. Yes, I'm willing to give them a chance and prove to the entire domain that they can adhere to our expectations. I will take nothing less than their full cooperation, naturally. Whiskers be heard again. An incredulous voice or two. A hushed, just behead the fucker. Some suppressed exclamations of surprise. Silence. I ask all of you to make a note of this moment. I might be persuaded to bend one tradition in this child's favour, but another will to have it to be enforced even more firmly in its stead. Until thy progeny shall be released, thou shalt command them in all things. Their sins are thine to endure. Are you certain that's a responsibility you wish to shoulder, Miss Langley? I am willing to guide this fledgling and add a valuable ally to our sect in a time of need. Yes, but I would like to receive the right of destruction over them, if it pleases you. Oh, we're joining a sect and the right of destruction over us. I mean, fine. That wasn't part of the deal. Give me a chance to prove myself, Prince. I feel just shutting the hell up, right? Like I feel... Yet again, these are false illusions. Just, look, I feel that speaking up insults them both, right? And I feel saying this wasn't part of the deal is throwing Sophie under the bus, and anyway, she'll be just like, well, anyway, fuck her then, right? Like, so I think we just, look, it's clear tensions are high. It feels surreal to listen to strangers discussing your death. Or second death, apparently, and keeping silent. You decide. It's for the best to let Sophie handle this alone and not interject. You have no idea how to handle this eyes wide shut crowd, right? The prince looks at you as if weighing your worth. She takes another good measure of the room before she speaks again. I shall grant you what you ask. Let it be known, Sophie Langley of the Clan of the Rose, will become this fledgling's patron. They shall be considered like sire and child. Miss Langley will take full responsibility for them, and I grant her the right of destruction, if she sees fit to use it. Let my intention be clear, however. If I am to turn a blind eye to one of our most important traditions on this occasion, I expect it to be beneficial to the Camarilla. Substantially so. I hope you find this verdict satisfactory, Miss Langley. Of course, Prince. Thank you. Very well. She turns to you. What is your name, child? Will I ever get the chance to use it? Shouldn't I use a nickname? Christine. Prince. She nods. Welcome to the Camarilla, Christine. Dictionary updated. Now, this evening proved to be even more eventful than I anticipated, but with the fledgling's fate decided, I believe our meeting here has concluded. Thank you for all appearing on such notice. Give my regards to those who couldn't make it. Adia, a moment of your time before I let you return to your duties. Of course, Prince. He shoots you a side glance that doesn't leave much space for interpretation. You will be watched. You will be judged. And if need be, you will be punished. The two of them leave the gallery. Well, Christine, I think we've both already managed to significantly improve each other's evenings. But let's keep the ball rolling, shall we? I think we should have a toast to a new, fruitful partnership. She got like a nice little lace thing happening, like a lace shirty thing, right? Or that's fucking pretty cool. She raises her hand at one of the well-dressed concierges who now have appeared in the showroom to refill the guest glasses. The conventionally handsome man approaches you with a carafe of red liquid. The memory of throwing up in the safe house is still fresh in your mind, and the idea that it could happen again is almost enough to reject the drink altogether. But there's no denying it. You need it. You want it. I remember what Adia said about your misadventures before getting in the car. Some of us have more delicate palates than others. Try to take a small sip, s'il vous plaît. He pours it into two tall glasses. You can barely wait until he hands you the drink. Your attention is fully on it. The fact that it's blood, you are certain of it, doesn't faze you this time. It's difficult to take just a sip. Even though the taste is as foul as before, you're tempted to down the whole glass in one go. You wait before taking a second taste. You're glad you did. A feeling like heartburn signals that you can't keep it down. You spit it back inside the glass. Sophie looks on, intrigued. I'm not surprised. NYC caterers have very bourgeois ideas about what good blood should taste like. Well, you just need to keep trying. At Sophie's request, the concierge serves you 3 other variants of blood. The first 2 are as horrible and indigestible as before, both ending up back in the glass within moments of tasting them. Before the 3rd try, you're almost ready to throw the glass at the wall in frustration, but finally, this one's different. Instead of mud and decay, a surprisingly rich bouquet of tastes. You feel blissfully at ease, and Sophie takes notice. Ah, there it is. Jacob, would you kindly let us know who the donor was? Leave the bottle, please. The concierge nods and leaves again. You take another sip and another. You empty the glass. The dull feeling in your stomach and head starts subsiding, but you still want more. Sophie pours you another glass and refills her. She takes a sip. Oh, you've got a curiously specific taste, Christine. Is it the clover notes, the traces of caffeine, or that bittersweet aftertaste of melancholy? Oh. All of the above. Hell yeah. I wonder if I taste like clover, caffeine, and melancholy. Fuck yeah. I'll probably taste like fucking M&M cookies, caffeine, and I don't know, cheddar. Sure. You taste nothing of the kind, but it doesn't matter. It's tasty, but not as delicious as it was last night. Not as intoxicating. It manages to silence the hunger, somewhat though. Drinking blood puts you at ease. It is a strange realization. The man named Jacob comes back with a small card and leaves it with Sophie. She takes a quick look and passes it to you. It's somebody's medical details. An office worker, male, Caucasian, 32 years old, blood type ABRH+, blue eyes, brown hair, no history of substance abuse, New Jersey native. Might be one of those details that makes the difference. There you go. Now that we've picked the right bouquet for your palate, these documents should be useful in identifying your exact taste. Should they be ORH plus or Joy Say Boys? Joy Say, I was like, what's Joy Say? It's like, Joy Say Boys. Fair enough. But I believe you have more questions, no? Perhaps we should start with those related to sustenance. All right, how much do I have to drink? Where do you get the blood? How will I know what I can drink? How much do I have to drink? I feel this hunger constantly. How much do I have to drink to make it go away? The sad reality is it will never go away. No matter how much you drink, you'll always be tempted to have more. Unless you consume someone wholly to the last drop, paying for temporary relief with their life. But that is a one-way road to losing your humanity. Best start by just taking a single sip from a vessel. Be prudent. Hot, fresh blood will be far more satisfying than most anything they serve in a fancy glass. But it can make you more voracious. As to how much you should have, it depends. If you're frugal, you can survive many nights without a single drink, but it's risky and will tempt the beast. That is part of our curse. Tomorrow, I shall take you hunting and we shall explore this topic further. The blood you're having tonight should be enough to keep you happy for now. Oh, you expect me? Do you mean by hunting? You mentioned a beast. That beast you mentioned, is that a metaphor or... Oh, it's quite real, although not in a strictly physical sense. It lives in all of us. Our nature and hunger manifest. Those more religious amongst us connect it to the biblical Cain, the rage of the first murderer, cursed by God, seething in all his descendants. I, however, am a child of the Enlightenment. Not that it makes my struggle any easier. I have to be wary like every other kindred in this city and beyond. Individual kindred each have a unique relationship to their beast. What yours is going to be remains to be seen. But you need to keep it under control. Each outburst endangers not just you, but also the masquerade. The concierge returns, asks for permission to intrude, which Sophie gives with a polite smile and leans in to whisper in her ear. You note that the gallery is almost empty. I'm being told the gallery is about to close, but we still have quite a lot to discuss. We'll go to one of my apartments. My jalopy is waiting downstairs. Come. Of course she's got a jalopy, right? Mummy Sophie's got a jalopy. Fuck yeah. And a flapper dress, drenched in blood. Fantastic. The smile she puts on could tip any negotiation toward her favour. Her words are like honey, and she makes it impossible to take your eyes off her. You are under her spell, momentarily. Sophie leads you to a luxurious silver Rolls Royce and invites you to sit in the back. Invites you? Invites you. The chauffeur, a broad-shouldered, clean-shaven, middle-aged guy, starts driving immediately. Where do we leave off? I believe I started telling you a bit more about our customs. You've heard the prince refer to our traditions. The chief amongst them is the Masquerade. As you might have gathered from us assembling at a niche gallery after closing times, our comings, goings, and doings tend to be somewhat secretive. We do not advertise our existence. We follow myths and modern fiction to morph and muddle the facts, so to the vast majority of keen, we remain bedtime stories and pop culture icons. Say, is that one television show about a vampire angel still popular? Oh, bless Sophie. Of course she watches Angel. That's amazing. Good on you. You shake your head in confusion. She shrugs and continues talking, looking a little more dejected than before. Oh. Oh. If we can get Sophie maybe a full collection of Angel or something on DVD, right? 10 out of 10. Our clandestine ways help us to remain safe, allowing us to explain away the occasional trip up to the rational mind of 21st century humanity and dictate much of our interactions with mortals. What's the risk? What about my career then? What's the risk? Well, what's the worst that could happen if you're a vampire? I'm sure you can defeat any threat that comes your way. It would surely make things easy if we could. Unfortunately for us, there are plenty of things that harm us. Chief among them are sunlight and fire. Both will burn you to ash. That's why we rest during the day. You felt it, I'm sure. That it's more like being dead than being dormant. We have no choice. We are night dwellers. But day sleepers. Felt like me back in the day, that's for sure. Some more folk-related threats are just legends or occasionally a minor nuisance. Garlic, running water, even religious symbols don't repel us, unless the wielder is uniquely pure and godly. Stakes through the heart, though, that's something to avoid. They do not destroy, but they do paralyse, which, under the right circumstances, can often be the same thing. There's a reason to have somebody like my trusted driver, Gregory, making sure you're safe when you drift away. We have many enemies, and they often know their advantage lies with daylight. It's good to keep humans friends. Do vampires watch each other's backs? How can you trust your driver? Your driver must know who he works for, right? I mean, he's right there. Surely he can hear everything we're saying. How can you trust him to keep your secrets? His loyalty is assured by partaking in my blood, but his loyalty extends just before this dependency, as I'm sure he'll be happy to tell you if you ask. It's a nice change of pace. Our little sect supplies social interactions aplenty, but it doesn't really encourage counting on someone. Support given in exchange for favours. Yes, that's more like it. Long-term solidarity does occur in the Camarilla, but we are a very policised organisation by necessity. Loyalty is to your sire, to your prince, and to the sect. When you're in Elysium, like we were tonight, the sect can appear to be a monolith. The reality is more complex. Outside of official gatherings, shady deals and a quid pro quo mentality reign supreme. She seems to be lost in thought and falls silent for a while, leaving you to ponder all the things you've learnt tonight. By God, we have learnt a lot. Hey, you smexy vampire. Hey, you smexy vampire. How are you doing, buddy? How are you? Hope you're well. I'm just vibing today, man. I didn't know what to stream today, so I was like, well, Saz had gifted me this game to have a play of, and I went, you know what? We'll do it. We'll play it. Are you corn-cobbing Elm yet? No. Yeah, Elminster. No, we have just become Introduced into Vampire Society. This looks like a different game. Yeah, this is Vampires, the Masquerade Coterie of New York. It's a visual novel. Yeah, it's just a visual novel based on the Vampire the Masquerade game, RPG. So I thought we'd just twat around with this for a few hours. It's been good. You can listen to my dulcet tones just mess up a perfectly good visual novel, right? We'll sit back and enjoy it. Hell yeah, you're always welcome, bud. I'll probably play this week. We're gonna play a couple of things. We'll probably maybe get a game of Enshrouded in. Check out the new update, as well as maybe something different, like maybe some Necessi or something. Yeah, a couple of things we'll play. Lurk away, relax away. It still feels absolutely unreal, but as piece after piece of knowledge falls into place, the image becomes almost like an entirely logical jigsaw puzzle. Whatever you wouldn't believe on your own, you've just witnessed. Many questions swarm your thoughts, but the one you keep returning to is what your place is in this new reality should be. The car stops. You're in the city, in front of an old but well-renovated apartment building. We're here. Would you like to see your lodgings? My own apartment? Neat. Is it another parking lot room? Do I get a loyal servant? I get my own apartment. That's neat. Consider it the first of many gifts I'm unable to grant in exchange for loyalty. Come upstairs. She leads you through a small hall with a night guard who greets Miss Langley with a good evening, and you take the stairs up to the second floor. Sophie opens the door to room 209. Come upstairs, quite a feat, you know. Be a true believer. You too can do. Inside are all the amenities you could expect from a modern apartment, and some you wouldn't have deemed necessary just the previous night, including thick blinds from the windows, right? We do love thick blinds so that we don't die in the sunlight, yeah? The back room has a comfortable looking bed and a thick steel door with several sturdy looking locks, but no windows. Well, how do you like it? This is great. Can we choose another? Well enough, I guess. It's great, thank you. I'm glad. Make yourself at home. Tomorrow, I'll take you hunting and discuss the blood in more detail. I'll let you get comfortable. The keys are by the television set. I'll come pick you up by tomorrow night. Use the back room for rest. You can lock the doors, just in case. It stings a bit when she leaves. It's like the room suddenly became a few shades dimmer. You inspect the kitchen, hoping to find something to drink. Nothing. No regular food either. Feels strange that a deer would be more thoughtful host than your new sire, even if only in that respect. You briefly wonder if the sheriff might have a hidden side. Ooh. With nothing left to do, you lie on the couch with the TV playing in the background for company. Columbo returns. Kojak reruns. President of the United States just got himself into serious trouble again. Don't know whether this is going to be irrelevant. I can't remember when this was released, but President of the United States got himself out of trouble again. Oh dear. Pundits start yelling at each other over things that seemed a little bit less insignificant just 2 days ago. You start drifting off, reflecting about another night of confusing conversations and worldview shattering revelations. How many more before you finally understand what happened to you and what you're supposed to do now? You keep coming back to the life you left behind, the people you should contact, the things you want to pick up from your apartment. You wonder when you'd have the chance for either. As you start to feel the same tiredness that made you drift into the cold sleep last night, you settle into the back room. The bed is comforting, the lack of windows less so. You leave the light bulb on. Looking at it, you realise it's the closest you'll ever see to the staring at the sun on a breezy summer day again. A wave of melancholy overwhelms you. A few minutes later, your consciousness fades and you take the plunge into darkness again, sinking, 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 sinking. Oh, all right. Little daytime night thing, cool. It's a map of New York, cool, cool. So we'll rest. Tutorial. Hunger is the heart of a vampire's existence. To ignore it is to tempt the beast to take over its desire to feed. To overindulge in feeding may threaten the masquerade while straining what humanity you have left. In Coteries of New York, having high hunger is indicated by a progressively thicker blood frame around the screen, like the one you see now. As your hunger grows, so does this indicator. Your hunger may increase when you call upon your vampiric powers or when you need to mend your wounds after a fight. When your hunger reaches the maximum level, you'll receive a warning after you complete a piece of the story. Ignore it at your peril. Some choices might only be visible if your hunger is high enough. Similarly, high hunger might block off some choices, as you will only be able to see after you pressing continue. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's cool. All right. So now we're actually getting to the kind of the choices part. You know what I mean? Like we can actually start, I think, having a look around and doing things. To decrease your hunger, you'll need to feed. Whenever you see a feeding opportunity, you can take the risk to hunt and slake your hunger. You'll need to keep the hunger at bay if you're to uphold the masquerade and survive the nights that await you. Night time, you open your eyes. The bed isn't warm. The room is filled with artificial light from the ceiling. The solid metal door is closed. Normally, you'd stretch for a bit, and some mornings you'd probably throw the quilt over yourself and snooze a moment longer. But that was before. The way you woke up now, you are fully conscious. No grogginess. Nothing weighing you down. Just the nagging need in the back of your head. Hunger. Not as severe as the last time, but unmistakably there. You get up and open the door to the main room. A digital clock on the TV shows you the time. 9:04 p.m. You walk over to the blinds and retract them cautiously. The only light coming in is from the NYC's artificial nighttime luminescence. So that's what your waking hours are going to look like now. You miss the sunlight already. You're seriously considering just walking out of the apartment and figuring this all out by yourself. But then you come back to the memory of Adia's exotic sword being raised in the gallery. Maybe sticking around isn't that bad of an idea after all. You keep jumping channels for about half an hour and then switch to streaming services. Almost as if the universe had a sense of irony. You catch True Blood in the flood of recommendations. And might I say, I think I'm going to go on a True Blood bender soon. I don't think I even watched the last season maybe of True Blood, so I think I'm going to start from the first fucking episode and just go nuts with it. Sucker. Sucker. I love True Blood. It was good. The doorbell rings. It's Sophie. Good evening, Christine. You slept well? Like a dead man. It's not exactly sleep, right? It's not like normal sleep, is it? I suppose it isn't. Some would say it's more like being dead. We wouldn't know, would we? It's no use reflecting on it anyway. Except that this is who you are now. You made the right choice yesterday. I can teach you many things about yourself. Your blood, its desire and its power. We will begin tonight. You are hungry, yes? I'm sure you are. Our kind always is. There is only one remedy, the blood. The drinks we had yesterday at Elysium are not the usual way you'd slake your thirst. So tonight, I will assist you in your first foray into hunting. You need to learn this to sense the kind of blood you desire, to understand how you can use the kind's vulnerability to your advantage. No more freebies? Predator and prey, huh? Grim. I'm ready to learn. Let's get started. Such eagerness. Or is it just your hunger making you impatient? You'll find that drinking moderate amounts of it regularly will keep the hunger and the whispers of the beast away. You might think yourself monstrous, but there is a balance to be found here. The kiss gives the keen pleasure. You might remember this from your own embrace. Some can even become addicted to the sensation, but if you do it right, they tend to misremember your feelings, your feeding. After all, vampires do not exist. They are myths, fairy tales, and pop culture mainstays, correct? She gives you a sly, knowing smile. This is why the Masquerade is so important, and even more crucial when you feed. How do you avoid being seen while feeding? You isolate your prey. We choose the right circumstances. People tend to avert their gaze when they see a couple entwined in public. Love bites are pretty easy to explain away. Some of us keep willing herds, or even just individual client who desire the kiss. It comes at a higher risk these nights, though, so I would not recommend it to a young kindred like yourself. Ooh. We set up a blood harem. Oh, shit. All our little blood batteries. Hell yeah. Feeding from the same area repeatedly can be dangerous, but by branching out, you risk the ire of other kindred on whose domain you trespass. Lucky for you, NYC is more forgiving in this regard. New York is in a somewhat of a unique position. Many of its neighbourhoods remain contested or unclaimed. The reason for this is a lesson for another time, but keep the following in mind. Take opportunities to feed when they present themselves these upcoming nights. As long as you hunt cautiously and respect the Masquerade at all times, you should be fine. To wit, I want you to join me for a trip tonight. Come downstairs. Gregory is waiting for us. The busy street fills the air with traffic noise, pedestrian chatter, and a mix of smells that disorient you momentarily. These warm bodies contain what you want and what you need. You catch yourself. Did you really just think of these people as mere sources of blood? Takes a nudge from Sophie to break your train of thought. Her driver opens the door for her and then tips his hat to you. The car casually joins the somewhat thin New York traffic. It's still busy in a way that only one of the biggest cities in the world can be, but compared to the daytime commute, it's a pleasant drive. You barely have the time to gather your thoughts and formulate new questions before the car comes to a stop. You're among the tall skyscrapers that make up Manhattan's iconic skyline. Calm, Christine, park the car. Gregory, will you? The driver just nods and Sophie gets out. You join her and the two of you walk through the glass doors together and take the elevator up. You first notice an empty stage with the instruments of a string quartet still in the back, and then take in the few dozen chairs in front of it. The concert seemingly concluded, the patrons, all smartly dressed and posh, had spread out all amongst the hall. Sophie strides confidently inside, produces an invitation from her purse that she flashes in front of a security guard. You follow her close, and are let through without issue. Let's start easy. A social setting like this one should usually prove quite challenging to an inexperienced kindred, but consider this evening a small gift from your patron. I'm hoping to procure for you a willing vessel. Just remember what I told you about taking small sips. This one I have a soft spot on. Don't damage her. Damage me, Mummy Sophie. Now, let's see here. Ah, there he is. She noticed somebody in the crowd, flashes a heart-melting smile, and suddenly even you feel drawn to her. You haven't thought about it before, but it's laid quite clear before you in this moment. Sophie is beautiful. Just looking at her is a privilege. Just being with her makes you feel elated. Everybody in the crowd, but especially the man who's almost tripping over himself to reach her, clearly agrees. Edgar, I'm so happy to see you. How is your daughter? Is she with you? Oh, there she is. Julie, my girl, come over, please. There is somebody I'd like you to meet. The young woman who walks over the hall can't be more than 19 years old. It's clear from her mismatched earrings and the partially faded purple hair dye that she doesn't fit this crowd. Julie, this is Christine. I think the two of you should get acquainted while I talk business with your dad. Awfully boring stuff, I assure you. I'm positive you'd like each other. The girl gives you a shy smile and nods toward the balcony stairs. You follow, somewhat unsure what it is exactly Sophie expects you to do. You reach a secluded space from the entire lobby is visible. All eyes are on Sophie. They listen intently. They laugh when she laughs. Julie saves you the trouble of figuring out the next step. Oh my god, it's it's the girl from Stardew Valley. Claire, is it? That eats amethysts? Oh my god, we're just gonna vamp bloody Claire, or whatever her name is. Is it Claire? I think it's Claire. Oh, she's got a little kitty cat with a astronaut tattoo. Hand-drawn, probably. Oh, you know, she's pretty cute. If you're with Sophie, then, I guess you're, you know. She puts her wrist to her lips and gives herself a theatrical nip, then looks at you, embarrassed, but also hopeful. What? You're into that sort of thing? Wait, you're into that sort of thing? She blushes, looks at the floor, nods. Could you, if you'd like, Miss Langley tells me she swallows hard, avoiding your eyes, that I taste nice. Oh, shit, Julie, do you taste nice? Oh shit, this is now intriguing. Alright. Drink from Julie. Don't drink from Julie. I feel... Fuck it, we're drinking from Julie. You take her forearm in your hands. A quick look around confirms nobody's watching and no security cameras cover the area. You bite down. Gently. It's surreal. She's just given you her blood of her own volition. How's this possible? What about the masquerade? You need to ask Sophie. You tear away from her. A brief convulsion shakes you. Her smell. It's her smell. It's not right. The temporary feeling of bliss the girl felt when you bit her is gone in an instant. She's disappointed. Annoyed even. She looks at you, unsure of what's the matter. Come back, please. Just have some more. Have a little more. The very thought makes you want to throw up what little of her blood you tasted. You shake your head. The girl sniffs, starts crying, wipes her face into her jacket sleeve and walks down the stairs and into the hall. The crowd around Sophie disperses slowly. Looking at her now, only some residual awe hangs in the air. Yes, she's pretty. Maybe even beautiful, sure. But not your type. What came over you before? I think Mummy Sophie knows how to, like, glamour people, right? You walk over to her. Edgar, dear, it was splendid talking to you. We need to keep going. Give Julie my best wishes. Come with, Kristen. Gregory's waiting for you out front. It's only in the car that Sophie addresses you. So, how did it go? She was tasty. How did what go? You people are sick. I tried, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't stand the smell or the taste. Curious. I consider Julie's blood to have one of the most exquisite and unique bouquets in the city. And trust me, I have refined taste. She almost sounds like she's offended. Oh well, if at first you don't succeed, perhaps you need a change of pace. Time for the next stop. Training wheels off this time, Gregory. Flushing Meadows, please. The driver takes the car over to the Williamsburg Bridge. You settle your thoughts. What about training wheels? Why Flushing Meadows? Flushing? What for? Other than the fact that the Unisphere is beautiful at this time of night, it's a great hunting ground on which to try out some of the talents of the blood. We all have our talents. Some of them come from the legacy we inherit from our sire. Others can be learnt with experience. I can sway people or make them fear me. I see more of the world and in greater detail than some kindred. I can will my body to move with unparalleled precision and grace. And more. Thank you for telling us some of your possible weaknesses later down the track, Sophie, when you get pissed off with us and want to probably end us using that kind of thing that you asked for. All of these skills make me who I am. They also help me hunt. Well, what are my powers? Do I need my powers to hunt? How do I use my powers? Well, what are my powers? Okay, so what are my talents? Time will tell. You need to discover them yourself. When we arrive, experiment. Give different things a try. Follow your instinct and intuition. It will guide the blood. Always keep the masquerade in mind, however. It is all fine if you can disappear in plain sight or command animals with your mind, but save those over talents for the right place and time. It only takes an hour to reach the park at this time of night. Both you and Sophie leave the car, and Gregory are left behind to find a parking spot and to keep an eye on the car. Sophie seems deep in thought. She takes in the surroundings with a dreamy gaze. The sky is surprisingly clear tonight, the stars just barely visible in the light-polluted aura of the city. I feel like having a snack myself. I'll be by the fountain. Go, look for somebody to your liking. See what effects you can achieve with your blood. But only pick one victim. Just one. Then come back. Seeing how she seems not altogether here right now, you decide to leave Sophie to her own devices and seek out your prey. It's all Sophie. From here, it looks like you have a few choices. Just taking a stroll around the park and finding an isolated jogger or somebody like them could work, but focusing on one area might work better. The New York State Pavilion might work as a secluded spot. There's a skate park nearby, and worst case scenario, there's bound to be some unfortunate wino around. I don't know whether we're going to be... We have a very select palette for our blood, apparently. Maybe the tennis court's nearby. There's light coming from there, so somebody still might be playing a light night match. They won't be alone, but they might be tired and let their guard down. As these scenarios play out in your mind, you realise you're planning how to assault a stranger in the middle of the night. It's a weird way to be, but the now familiar hunger prompts you to act. I mean, that's fair, right? You're just casually working out who to suckle from, right? You know, like, don't worry about it. It's normal now. So, we can search for a victim around the park. We can hunt near the decrepit pavilion. We can look for prey at the tennis courts. We can take a walk but don't feed. I mean, we have a look around, we just do a park job. I mean, there'll be a variety of people probably. The decrepit pavilion, I mean, I don't know the peeps that are going to be hanging around a decrepit pavilion, like druggies and fucking all manners of peeps. Possibly some homeless, we don't know. And then prey at the tennis court. I mean, they might be of a certain quality, yes, they'll be fit. But there might be multiple of them, which wouldn't work too well. Taking a walk and don't feed, I mean, I feel like we need to feed. Sophie's going to basically say, look, do it. What if we take a walk and don't feed? What if we just have a look around? Oh shit, alright. You decide to deny your hunger this time round. Sophie will be disappointed for sure. Why should you care? There has to be another way to do this. A better, more humane way. You think back to the girl Julie. You wanted to give her blood willingly, or so it seemed. Maybe you can groom people to feed from. Maybe they do actually enjoy it. But that's just creating an addict. Isn't it better to ruin one person's evening every now and then instead of making them dependent on abuse, essentially? Tough call. You are being followed. You only notice this now as your ruminating runs its course, but somebody is definitely tailing you. Oh shit. Alright. We can just start off by trying. So we can try to lose them. We can test out maybe to see if we have an ability. Presence. Let's confront them. You stop and turn to them. You tap into your blood to try and replicate Sophie's trick from your gallery, but with a twist. You don't want to impress your pursuer. You want to scare them. You puff your chest, look straight at them, and you find they have trouble approaching you. In the poorly lighted alley, a hooded figure is weighing their options. Even though you definitely feel something change in your aura, even though this is the most intimidating you've ever felt, the figure forces itself to walk towards you. Oh shit. Hoodlum. What do you think you're doing? Banging in on my turf like this? Lick. Oh shit. We got into another Vamp's territory. Maybe not. Right, sorry about that. We are back. I heard cats fighting or something out the front of the house. I want to make sure that our cats are okay. And Charlie boy, I think, was fighting the next door neighbour's cat. So I just let Charlie inside. Shut the door so he's Hoodlum, what do you think you're doing? Barging in on my turf like this? Lick. What kind of slur's that? Didn't mean trespass. I didn't mean trespass, sorry. I'm going. Too late for that, friendo. You want to leave here in one piece? You talk, candidly. I know what you are, so you can shove that masquerade misdirection up your ass. Now, tell me who you're with before my posse shows up and we beat it out of you. Big talk coming from a chump? You talk big, but I'm thinking you're just a chump. Want to prove me wrong? He tenses up, giving you an extremely nasty look, and bares his fangs. You don't want to push your luck, dumb fuck. My crew is in earshot, one shout away, and you're D-O-N-E. Done. You get what I'm saying? Shit. So if you want to dance, let's dance. Once I'm through though, I'm going to hand you over to Callahan, and you're going to be sorry I didn't finish you off instead. Force him to back down. Enough's enough. You won't be intimidated by this asshole. Leave. Now. His countenance changes. A cruel beast one moment, a humble pup the next. He walks away, just like that. How did you do it? Not wishing to tempt any fate any further, you return to the Unisphere, looking back over your shoulder to make sure you're not being followed. Two figures are visible near the sculpture, a man and a woman, tangled in a passionate embrace. No, not exactly. It's Sophie, feeding. But this whole scene is set up so it looks like a couple getting intimate in public. She pulls it off like she's done it 100 times before. It occurs to you that she probably has. The man is unsure on his feet as she lets go of him and leads him towards a nearby bench. Noticing you, she whispers something in his ear and leaves him. Her driver appears from behind a tree. Well, Christine, how did it go? You're about to answer when the same figure as before emerges from one of the alleys. He looks at the three of you and a predatory smile creeps onto his lips. You're screwed, dumb fuck. You think you can mess with my head and get away with it? Think you'll be safe with your friends? Well, I have friends too. He makes a motion to shout, but two things happen almost at the same time. First, that feeling of warmth and beauty emanating from Sophie flares up again, embracing both of you and the hooded thug. His shout comes out as a weak, confused squeak. Second, Gregory produces a wooden stake from a holster under his jacket and slams it into the thug's chest. Fuck Gregory! God damn! Gregory took MVP. Just like that, the posturing vampire is down on the ground, paralysed. I see you've made a friend, Christine. Curious choice of company, I would say. Who is he? He said something about presenting me to somebody named Callahan. Ever heard of him? She looks shocked for a split second, then recovers her regular countenance. Yes, I have. This hoodlum is Anarch, then. Curious. Verona Park has not been claimed by any kindred last I checked. Let's go to the car. We'll put him in the trunk and present him to Adir tomorrow night. I'm sure he'll be delighted to make this unbound's acquaintance. Gregory carries a staked vampire and dumps him in the car, strung like a mannequin. It's a strange sight, and you're quite happy you're not in that poor fucker's shoes right It's almost surprising that you can get away with just casually throwing a stiff into your car and driving away, but then you remember that Sophie has been doing this far longer than you have. Still, the nagging thought that anything you did tonight could have been recorded on a CCTV camera or picked up by a rando with a half-decent smartphone and streamed online fills you with dread. Hunting and using your abilities is a dangerous business. It's clear that this whole being a vampire thing has about as many caveats as it has perks. You're taken out of your headspace by Sophie's voice. I'll pick you up tomorrow night, same as tonight. I've got some business to attend to at the Elysium, and I expect you to accompany me. Plus, our friend in the back needs to be properly introduced to a deer and the prince. I'm sure he'll have some interesting things to say to the court. Her voice is cold, cruel, and nothing like the enchanting personality she showed at the gallery earlier tonight. Sophie is clearly a woman of many faces. I really feel that Sophie is the person that's all like cool with you, looking after you until you kind of show that you're maybe more powerful than her or more popular, and then Sophie will be like, yeah, no, anyway, put her in the boot, Gregory. Good riddance, that guy's an arsehole. Good riddance. Oh yeah, I can imagine he's going to enjoy meeting a deer. I hope he gives him a good grilling. The guy's an arsehole. Oh, a deer will enjoy it too, I'm sure. She pauses, seemingly lost in thought for a while. You haven't told me how your hunting went. Getting the hang of it, I would hope. It'll take some getting used to. I need time to get used to this. It doesn't come naturally. Yeah, well, with time, you need to think about it less. Hunting is the one scenario in which you'll do well to trust your instincts. In moderation, of course. She seems distracted, not all there. Her thoughts drift and the car remains silent until you reach your apartment. We'll pick you up tomorrow evening. Good night. Just like that, without any further courtesy, Sophie leaves, driven to her apartment by Gregory, with a body in the trunk, right in the middle of Manhattan. Did you cross paths with situations like these in the past, unknowingly? What other secrets did you pass on the streets without knowing their true nature? Your haven is just as you left it hours ago. Although the sun won't come up for some time, you feel tired. You've learnt something about yourself today, and it'll take time to process. You're not in the mood for television, and a few books on the shelves in the apartment are either in a language you don't speak, or sound like a boring read. Nothing left to do but rest. You settle in the back room, lock the door. A moment of hesitation, but then a decision. This time, you turn the light off. You think back to Julie. How many people in this city I know about this vampiric society? How many are willing accomplices in sustaining it? And then the thug you met in the park. If he's not Camarilla, then what is he? Are there independent vampires? How does that work? More questions. You begin wondering if there's ever going to be a night when you can start crossing them off the list instead of adding to it. You close your eyes. You sink into the now familiar void of nothingness. It greets you with open arms like an old friend. Toss rest. You open your eyes. It's pitch dark here, the blackness of a coffin drifting in the abyss. Oh, right, the light. You grasp for the switch, flip it. The familiar cramped room with a steel door and no windows comes into view. You emerge from the bedroom fully awake, just like yesterday. This time, however, Sophie is waiting for you, comfortably seated on the sofa in your living room space, a book in her hand, The Melancholy of Resistance. That title's sure on brand. Good evening, Christine. Good evening, Sophie. Sorry I've kept you waiting. Good evening, Sophie. I hope you rested well. Tonight will be quite eventful, I think. Come, we have an appointment. I received word Elysium would be called upon again tonight on account of your unruly friend from Corona Park. This should be a great opportunity for you to mingle. She keeps talking as you walk downstairs and get into the car. Gregory gives you a slight nod and a small smile while opening the door for Sophie. He starts the car when you take your seat in the back. Most of the Primogen Council is bound to be there, at least those that usually attend. Probably some other important personalities you do well to at least learn about. How should I carry myself? More politics, great. How should I carry myself? You never told me if there's any savoir-faire kind of rules I should respect when talking to other vampires. Knowing that you're amongst your superiors is probably the most important. In our society, status comes with age. Pardon my sincerity, but you are insignificant. Not even associating with me can make the fact that you've just been a kindred for barely a few nights be forgotten. So know your place, stay out of your superior's business, and show the utmost respect. Thanking the prince for sparing you, or maybe having a friendly chat with Adir publicly might show your gratefulness for being a part of the Camarilla now. I would suggest you make it sincere. At any rate, you should behave yourself tonight. Remember what I told you about reflecting on me as your patron. I have a reputation to uphold in the court. Do not tarnish it. There it is. She might have saved you. She might be protecting and teaching you, but it's clear what she's really concerned about. Her own interests. You step into the art hole with something of a bad memory. The last time you were here, your entire world had been turned upside down and your existence nearly ended. But tonight, there is very little outward hostility. Yes, Adir gives you a look that's definitely intended to remind you of your place, but the prince, almost also in attendance, seems pleased to see you. Welcome, Sophie. Christine. Did I get that right? Good evening to both of you. I understand there is somebody else you wish to present to the court tonight. Yes, Prince. They'll be joining us shortly. My assistant is retrieving them presently. This better be worth the prince's time, Langley. The prince gives Adir a cold glance. Forgive the sheriff's harshness. He is in a particularly foul mood tonight. Something to do with Christine's begetter eluding his grasp, I believe. Ouch, that must have hurt his ego, even if it's only his reply as a crooked smile. The mention of your sire makes you grit your teeth in anger, arsehole. Settling you with a curse that cuts you off your career, cheated you out of your ambitions, offering little in return so far. You remind yourself that defeatism will get you nowhere. Mindfulness, the here and now. This is your opportunity. You'll make the most of it, if only to spite everyone who doubts your true worth. The flaring up of whispers in the gallery hall breaks you out of your thoughts. Gregory enters the room, the jumpsuit-clad, inert vampire still staked on his shoulder. The show's about to start. Sophie's driver places his charge in the middle of the room and nods respectfully to Adir. The sheriff approaches the vampire and removes the stake from his chest. The captive's eyes flicker to life and he starts looking around in disbelief. Like a cornered animal, he backs out on all fours, going round and round in circles until he realises he's trapped. Adir steps on the man's chest and pins him to the floor. Why? Who do we have here? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. No, come on, don't. Silence. The sheriff takes on an aura of utter dread. He appears as if he's a primal force of nature that's about to get you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do but shrivel in terror. The beast inside you shrieks, and you can swear it happens in unison with the instinct of some of the other guests here tonight. So like anything you've experienced in his company during your turbulent first nights as a vampire, he really did go easy on you, all things considered. That's the reason he's the sheriff. It seems like all it takes all of the hoodlum's willpower to not crawl into a fetal position and start crying. Nah, please, nah, don't hurt me, man, don't. You and me are going to have a little talk downstairs, at the prince's discretion. Please, go ahead, my sheriff. You heard the prince. Get up, let's go. He doesn't wait for a confirmation. He just grabs the man and drags him, kicking and screaming, out of the room. Conversations start up all around you, some whispered, some quite overt. Sophie looks somewhat bored of the whole affair, her eyes wandering from art piece to art piece, clearly finding nothing to her particular liking. Alright, torture in an art gallery, Awkward minute on his own. What happens now? So what happens now? It'll be at least some minutes before Adir gets the information he seeks out of the thug. Why not mingle while we wait for him? Excuse me. Sophie leaves your side and goes to a corner of the gallery where a group of kindred, some seemingly pretty old-fashioned, gather. A concierge offers you a drink, still warm. It smells nice. Just a sip to start you off, a splash over your palate, coating your tongue and the inside of your cheeks. Nourishment. You're left to your own devices. You have a quick look around. The prince is currently talking to a dark-skinned woman that you recall seeing here a few nights ago. She has a cold but noble conscience to her. Their conversation seems to be casual. A loud, shrill laugh turns your attention to the bespectacled man that you saw with Sophie on the night of your judgment. He's making the rounds, chatting up different patrons. You feel somebody's eyes on you. A casually dressed, plain-looking man stands near a column, watching you. He turns his gaze away sheepishly when he realises you have noticed. I feel, although we should talk to the prince, I mean in a way to do the hey thanks for keeping us alive, are we going to interrupt her talking to her friend? You know what I mean? The man with the glasses, he kind of, I think, was in our side for not getting us killed when we first were here. Who knows about the dude like looking at us with just checking out this creeper. Straight up man with the glasses. The man notices your attention, but it takes a few minutes for he pauses mingling for long enough to actually approach you. He looks at you quizzically. Thomas Arturo. Is that your name? I assumed you'd like to know. I know you, by name only, of course. Christine, embraced just a few nights ago. Well. How's on death treating you? I'm coping. It takes some getting used to, for sure. Oh, it sure does. Sure does. Good thing we have an eternity to make the best of it. Right. He takes a moment to clean his glasses, completely ignoring you until he's done and puts them back on. I'm sorry, got a little bit distracted. You know, most of us don't need to wear these, right? I can see just fine without them. But it's a statement. The damn things keep catching specks of dust and other assorted shit, though. Never stays clean for long. Sometimes I think they'd be more trouble than they're worth. Wouldn't you say? They look good on me. Really? You bet they do. Alright, that was a nice chat, but I have to catch up with a few other fellows tonight. Talk to you later. Jeannie! Hey, Jeannie! He doesn't even give you a chance to say goodbye. He's already off, grabbing 2 glasses of concierge's tray and handing one over to a massage man nearby. You notice Sophie mingling with other kindred, clearly in her element not to be disturbed. Adir hasn't come back yet, so you can probably still find for at least one more conversation. Should we try to talk to the prince? You approach the prince, trying to stay as respectful of her private conversation as possible. She glances at you as you step forward, her scrutinising gaze mimicked by her companion. She addresses a dark-skinned woman before turning to you. Excuse me for just a moment, Samira. Yes, Christine, what is it? Let's just say I wanted to give my thanks. I wish to say thanks for sparing me, Prince. I realise it wasn't an easy decision to make, and I want to express my sincere appreciation. How thoughtful of you. She takes a long look at you before she continues. I didn't do it from the kindness of my unbeating heart. You are an asset to Miss Langley, to the Camarilla, and to me. I believe I made the right decision. Prove to me and the others kindred of this city that it was so. And there might be more to your future nights than just survival and servitude. The dark-skinned woman looks impatiently at you and catches the prince's attention. Forgive me. That's all the time I can spare right now. We have some things to discuss with Samira still. Enjoy your night, Christine. Just bow and leave, right? You leave the two women to conversation, which they get back to immediately after the prince turns right. We're not gonna be keeping the prince like all. Anyway, just before I go, I'm fan. You know, like no, we're good. A loud exchange near the staircase grabs everybody's attention. Adir is back, and the hoodlum is with him. The sheriff pushes the other vampire inside the room. The vampire that threatened you last night is a mess. That stupid hat is still inexplicably on his head, covering some of his ruined face in welcome shadow. He's barely conscious. His shin is broken, you think, something protruding there, making the pant leg bulge. One arm seems twisted at a strange angle. Very little blood, surprisingly, but clearly a whole lot of hurt. Well, Adir, did our guest cooperate? Tell the prince your name. It's Howard. And who do you run with, Howard? The midnighters. An unarched coterie, my prince, active for some time now. Although from what this one told me, the name is about the only legacy this group has kept over the years. I see. Hey, Prince, I didn't mean it. I didn't know. I didn't. A loud crack makes some of the guests audibly gasp as Adir's slap dislocates the man's jaw. A spray of blood creates something like an abstract art piece on the floor. An involuntary reaction. Your eyes lock onto the red drops and you feel pangs of hunger. Even though you had some blood tonight, it seems like it's still not enough to fully control your instincts. This one is guilty of threatening a member of the Camarilla and claiming a domain without the prince's approval. That alone would be enough to pass swift judgment, but he is also anarch scum. My prince. There can only be one verdict. Final death. Do your duty, Sheriff. Unless, of course, somebody would like to play at being a good Samaritan, like our dear Langley a few months ago. The look of the prince serves you and Sophie as a cruel jest. Sophie takes it graciously, smiling and slipping her arm under yours in a public show of affection. Nobody says anything. The vampire named Howard jumps to his feet and makes for the window. Oh, should we? Do we show what we can do in front of him, or is that going to piss him off, right? I mean, part of me feels by going, stop. Like that's good. No, actually we won't, right? Because I feel the sheriff, that'd just be shitting on the sheriff's duty, right? Like in front of everyone. I feel that's not the time to go, hey, look, I can dominate people. That's my power, right? Right, feel good, fellow vampires. I might be able to dominate you later on. Yeah. Let's just not intervene. Yep. You have a feeling Howard's efforts are fruitless. Just a few seconds later, that feeling is confirmed. He almost reaches the window. Almost, but not quite. What seems like a blink of an eye, Adir appears first near his scabbard sword in one corner of the gallery, and then next to the escaping anarch on the opposite side of the room. The next moment, Howard's head flies off his body, baseball cap free. His lifeless body crumples to the ground and begins to decompose in real time. It's an uncanny sight. As always, our sheriff does not fail to impress. I would like to thank Miss Langley for bringing this Anna thug to my and Adir's attention. I assume all have found the verdicts satisfactory. It's a rhetorical question, and everybody here knows it. Then I consider tonight's meeting concluded. Good night to all of you. She steps out of the room, and you see that many of the guests move to do the same. Sophie seems to be conversing with somebody, a serious-looking man in a trench coat, about what transpired. You probably have time to strike up a conversation on your own too. Adir, our Asma, is still here for one, but clearly getting ready to leave. Arturo is still here, chatting with the remaining of the attendants. For a moment, you think the man who was looking at you earlier left, but he's still there, keeping to himself in a secluded corner. Well, alright, let's check out. We need to find out who's the players, right? Plain-looking guy from is clearly uncomfortable here and is ready to leave. You approach him as he's making his way to the stairs. Good evening, Mr. Larson. Or you can call me Robert. Either's fine. So, who are you? You mean like, generally? A vampire, same as you, although I might not quite look it. I'm one of Prince Panhand's Primogen. I'm usually here to advise the prince, but clearly that wasn't necessary, so I guess I'm not entirely why I came here tonight. Oh shit. What about you though? It must have been hard to see what could have easily happened to you. Not sure if you're paying attention the other night, but when the prince mentioned diverging opinions on whether you should be executed or not, that was me. I was the diverging opinion. That's huge, thank you, even if it didn't change the prince's mind. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Listen, I don't want to be rude and I appreciate you reaching out, but word of advice, stay away from me. Many vampires in this sect regard my position of Primogen to be some kind of joke, you know? You talk to me, they'll notice, and they'll hold it against you. You have a quick look behind you and see that a few of the kindred keep shooting you curious glances. One woman in particular, a redhead boasting a fanciful hairstyle, watches you disapprovingly. Some of them already do, I imagine. Listen, I need to go. Enjoy your night and all that. With just a single look at the rest of the thinning crowd, he leaves the gallery. It's right about when Sophie also ends her conversation and walks over to you. Interesting evening, wasn't it? Come, Gregory's waiting downstairs. She seems preoccupied with something and not in a talkative mood. It's an awkward ride back to the city. This time, you arrive in another building, just 2 streets across from your apartment. She brings you upstairs, through a very nice lobby, and a luxurious-looking hall into her domain. Please, have a seat. I shall be right with you. You take in your surroundings. The apartment is like a gallery, an old-school smoking room that you've seen in some period piece once, and a nouveau riche's living room, meticulously combined into one. Love it. 10 out of 10. Apologies. Old habits die hard. Clearly, some stick with you after death. She drags on a cigarette and breathes it out. Breathes? How's she doing that? Can you do that? Oh yes, you might not know, it takes some practice, but you can keep smoking if you'd like. Other things too. Experiment. You might surprise yourself. But I did not bring you here to show off. This is where I rest these nights. The door in the back, the bedroom, similar to yours. I have servants and bodyguards, in addition, of course. I brought you here because I need you to trust me. When I told you before I needed your best behaviour to uphold my good standing in the court, I meant it. That's not the whole story. I have your interests in mind too. That's why I've given you your own haven. Why I'm trying to teach you how to navigate this new reality. But you need to trust me or else this won't work. You can come here whenever you feel like asking me something. When you're in trouble too, although I hope that won't happen often. I would ask you to come here when you wake up tomorrow. I'll have something to discuss with you. Trust needs to be earned. Why not? Alright. I'll be here. I'll be over first thing tomorrow night. I appreciate that. We're going the more non-snarky route for this one, right? We're just trying to do the follow the rules, just, you know, be, yep, sure, until we're proven otherwise or something, you know. We're going to keep the fact that we can dominate people's minds to ourselves, I feel, right? I appreciate that. That silence again. There's definitely something on Sophie's mind tonight. She doesn't seem eager to share it with you just yet. I'm leaving for another visit. Come downstairs with me. We'll give you a lift. A quick trip, a promise that you'll show up tomorrow, and some polite goodbyes later. You open the door to your haven and gather your thoughts. It's exciting, in a way, being dragged deeper and deeper into this secret society and its rulers. Whatever Sophie has planned for you, it's bound to teach you more about this thing you've become. You sink into your vampiric sleep with just a sliver of hope. It's a welcome change. Rest. Once more darkness falls upon the city. You wake up, as you have in these past few nights, in a windowless room. As you pry the reinforced steel door, you look at the window to see, inevitably, a sky bereft of sunlight. And then it hits you. The hunger. For a moment you let yourself wonder if you'll ever calm a night when it's just not there. Given what you've learnt thus far, you probably have about as much chance of kickstarting your heart with jumper cables. You lock the door behind you. You head over to Sophie's apartment. You did promise to call on her. Might as well not keep the lady waiting. And hey, what else are you going to do? Get in touch with your boss. He'll probably looking for you. If only to scold you for the unattended files piling up on your desk. Well, what's he going to do? Call the cops. Not worth the hassle. You're almost hoping the few co-workers that seem to give a shit about you are faking it. It would make things easier. A fresh start from the ground up, just like old times. Strolls in, sits down, trying not to interrupt. How are you, Veda? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Jan. Hope you're well. These thoughts put you in a weird mood. It's a strange sensation to walk the crowded streets, same as you've so many times before, but feeling so disconnected. All these people, you're not one of them. Not anymore. You're a vampire, kindred, and you need to carve your own path in this strange new existence, one way or another. Appropriately enough, you arrive at Sophie's building just as that thought crosses your mind. A quick word with a security guard and you're let into the elevator. Apparently, Miss Langley is expecting you. Of course she is. You knock and wait patiently as the footsteps on the other side grow closer. Finally, the door opens and Gregory, Sophie's driver, invites you in. You find the lady herself standing by the window, silhouetted against the city's midnight glow. She stares out, motionless, like a marble statue. Oh, Sophie, what's up? Everything alright? Am I in trouble? Good evening, Sophie. She doesn't react immediately, but seems to snap out of some meditative state and looks at you with strangely bleary eyes. Yeah, good evening, Christine. I was wondering, when you look out this city, when you see the lights, hear the hum, smell the rain on the pavement, what do you think about? You gaze out. The lights and the rain, the relentless honking below, music blasting from a nearby window, echoing off buildings. Someone should record an hour of this and throw it up on YouTube as an ambient piece. I mean, they do, and I've actually many times listened to cityscapes to go to sleep. Other than that, though, it's business as usual. The sights, the sounds, the smells, you know them all too well. Sophie watches you. You can tell she's disappointed, somehow, but she covers it up with a courteous smile. Well, not everyone can appreciate the intricacies that the world offers. In fact, Among kindred, my clan is somewhat notorious for finding innate meaning even in the mundane. You see, the blood that flows within me is that of Clan Toreador. There are 13 such bloodlines amongst us kindred, though that number has been contested in the past, and these nights it seems that nothing is certain anymore. The clans have gone by many epithets over the year, but the names used these nights have their roots in medieval times. The original Inquisition, if you can believe it. They used to categorise us, describe our inherent differences. In time, we adopted them ourselves. Each clan has a uniqueness about it, inescapable, originating from an ancient progenitor carried from sire to child. For the Toreador, the gift lies in a sensitivity of sorts. We are uniquely attuned to beauty and ugliness both. We can see where most cannot. A blessing on most nights, occasionally a curse. The sheriff, he is of my clan as well, though you'd be hard-pressed to see of such. Poor dear, it breaks my heart to see him in this state. Shit, a deer's like a fancier of artwork, fine cheeses and wines and decoratives, and yet at the same time he is possum stomping anarchs. Good on you, dear, good on you. Still, there is beauty to it as well. Nothing like a good fall from grace. Try as she might to act playfully, you can tell she genuinely cares. She lets her gaze wander for a brief moment, but is quick to regain her composure. Then there are the Van True, known for their pride and a proactivity to rule over others. The prince represents that clan, as is quite common in our society around the globe. Where the blue bloods think themselves rulers, the Bruja like to see themselves as preeminent revolutionaries. They call for universal rebellion while being slaves to their own temple. We don't discuss that rabble much anymore, not after they've largely broken off with the Camarilla. To think they were philosophers once, long ago. I hope to tell you more of some of the bloodlines tonight. Ooh. What's my clan? How can I tell a kindred's clan? What's my clan? Do you know what my clan is? No, I can only guess based on certain aspects of your behaviour and tastes. You'll need to come to your own conclusion and seek validation from your clanmates, if you require such a thing. As you will no doubt learn, some kindred fit these stereotypes more than others. The blood is hard to deny, although there are certainly those who try. But that is perhaps a subject from another time. I invited you here for a reason. There is something I wanted to speak to you about. She doesn't seem the best, old Sophie. It is customary in our society, especially amongst younger kindred, to organise into coteries. Sometimes these are called by the prince themselves or mandated by a fledgling sire. In our case, you may treat it as more of a strong recommendation. I want you to speak our companions, not only because you need to learn more about our society, but also because it is useful. True friendships are rare amongst kindred, but having allies, even temporary ones, is something of a necessity these nights. We might be selfish creatures, but we are drawn to each other nonetheless. What if I wanted to go it alone? Do you have your own coterie? Where should I look? Do you have your own? So tell me, are you part of a coterie? Any close allies? I do have some that I trust enough to work with, yes. Not a coterie, exactly. Though I've joined several of those over the years. Not in over a century, though. You, however, you would do well to meet someone of the city's younger kindred and see if you can find a connection. It's an essential experience for one so young. She puts on a mysterious smile. I spent most of my precious time last night asking around potential kindred for you to meet. Came up with a short list of contacts. I hope you'll appreciate the gesture. Forging a partnership with them might offer perspectives and viewpoints that I cannot provide. Lenses through which to view our kind. They're all members of the Camarilla, of course, more or less. Okay. Who are they? Let's hear it. Who's on the list? Eager to learn about them, I see. Good. I'm glad. So let us start with the Tremere. They are a powerful clan, disliked by many, but feared and respected by many more. Bloody blood mages, mate. They haven't been an important pillar of the Camarilla since the very beginning. They are blood sorcerers. Blood sorcerers? Wait, you flash back to one of those nights when your ex would stay up late playing video games. Not a pleasant connotation. Jesus. Fuck, I think we all feel seen there. Someone, Jesus. Come on now. Christine. Sophie Snickers. Oh, child, don't be caught with that look on your face when you meet a warlock in person. They really are adept at using vatae, their own as well as others, to unique and potent effects. Since they're quite rigid in their hierarchy, the kindred I had in mind for you might need some persuading. His name is Agathon. From what I hear, he is quite the scholar, very ambitious, the child of a noted Tremere here in New York. Aisling Sternbridge. Spend enough time with Agathon and I'm sure you'll run into her sooner or later. Alright. Blood magic, intriguing. Oh, blood magic, that sounds intriguing. Oh yes, fascinating. It's also a well-kept secret of the Tremere. Don't expect them to share it right away. Some things need to be earned. Anyway, if you wish to contact the young Tremere, I hear you can usually find him in a New Age bookstore out on Broadway. The Tremere will have one of their workshops there. Gregory will give you the details. Good on you, Gregory. Now, this next recommendation comes with a bit of a caveat. As you recall me saying, most bloodlines have unique features that might not be obvious at first glance. Well, there is one clan whose members wear their curse on their sleeve. Any vampire people, I think, know who we're about to come up to. The Nosferatu, right? The way she said it, you're pretty sure it should mean something to you, other than sounding foreign. It doesn't ring any bells. What, do you not watch movies? Do you guys not have movies? No wonder they make their haven in sewers, abandoned buildings and such. Their appearance is hideous and obviously unnatural. Had they walked the streets like other kindred, the kind would have learnt of our existence long ago. Did she just shudder? It's hard to tell with her usual complexion, but you can swear her skin suddenly took on a more sickly colour. She don't be like the Nosferatu with their obfuscation. The one I have is no big and oyster as the worst of them, but he is no Adonis either. Still, he has some talents and connections you might find useful. His name is D'Angelo, and he has a office, for lack of a better term, in the otherwise abandoned grain terminal in Red Hook, right next to one of those Swedish stores. The name escapes me. The one with the awful furniture. She does not. She's not a fan of the Swedish furnishing or the meatballs. Disappointing, Sophie. What, IKEA? An office? An office? What is he, an insurance agent? He fancies himself a detective, you can believe that. Thus, he insists on having an office to meet with his clients. Indulge his little charade. It might make him more eager to talk to you. I'm down with the Nosferatu detective being part of my coterie, right? 100%. 10 out of 10. D'Angelo does odd jobs for a deer, digging up dirt, locating kindred who prefer to remain hidden. That kind of work the Nosferatu are best at. He's on the case right now. Something to do with kind murders, I think. After your initial brush with our dear sheriff, I think it would be wise to show some goodwill towards his agenda. Assisting D'Angelo with his investigation might be just the thing. She takes a brief pause to look out the window again. Now come the two more exotic proposals. Alright. exotic. As if the blood mage and the vampire detective were business as usual, right? You may have heard about the gangrel before. Oh, yeah, Jesus. They are a wild clan, in touch with their beast in a way of others might not have dared to attempt. They mostly keep out of the big cities, but there are exceptions. Nominally, they have been part of the Camarilla for over 2 decades, but the one Kindred I would like you to meet has strong, shall we say, familiar ties to the sect. Her name is Tamika. Her sire, Jezebel, was instrumental during the Battle of New York back in 1999, the very same battle that cemented the city as a Camarilla domain. Oh, shit. Sadly, her achievements have gone largely unnoticed. Tamika and a number of her siblings still reside in the domain they were awarded after the battle, Prospect Park. Jezebel herself left the city some years ago, fed up with being unappreciated. Siblings? Actual biological brothers and sisters? No, not in the moral sense. The gangrel sometimes use the word brood to indicate childer begat by the same sire. As you can probably tell, they too take the whole animal motive quite far. I'm not sure how many of them there are, but they are rumoured to be a tight-knit group. The gangrel often act on instinct, so when you meet Tamika or her siblings, you be careful not to slight them. They're easily provoked and can hold a grudge for a long time. I speak from experience. So you see, seeking out Tamika could prove quite educational, if nothing else. And who knows, perhaps you'll find her temperament to be a welcome change of pace. But, as speaking of a change of pace, I have one last suggestion for you, although it's one I don't make lightly. The kindred who calls herself Hope. She's a Malkavian. Oh, blessed be. Thank you. Thank you. If anyone knows, I'm a Malkavian main. I love Malkavians. 10 out of 10. Best clan. Fight me. Or don't. Or jump into the chocolate factory. Who knows with Malkavians, right? It's all fun and games until it's apples and unicorns. They are a uniquely cursed clan. For centuries, we considered them mad, insane, unhinged. But those of us who spend enough time with them come to understand the truth. It is no sickness, but a unique perception of the world that has them appear to us as unstable. And that perception can prove to be very valuable. Having a Malkavian as your companion might be taxing on the nerves and a true test of patience at times. But their insight and intuition are unrivaled amongst kindred. As for Hope, specifically, she is said to be a recluse, but I have it on good authority that she can currently be found in a internet cafe, I believe it's called, in Lower Manhattan. Gregory has the address. Oh my god, does she... 10 out of 10 if Hope also plays MMOs, right? That'd just be amazing. An internet cafe, quaint. She doesn't sound like my type. Where did you learn? An internet cafe? Quaint. How quaint? I really wouldn't know. But since you brought it up, be aware the Camarilla is highly critical of using the internet to communicate. The Second Inquisition made sure of that. Exercise caution when at her haven. Well, I believe that's all of them. I still have a few social calls to make tonight, so I'll leave you to it. Use tonight and tomorrow night to arrange some cordial visits of your own. I'll send Gregory to you as soon as I have further need of your services. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need a car. Join us downstairs, won't you? Oh shit, we're getting a car? She smiles once more and turns to her driver. He helps her put on her coat and the three of you leave Sophie's apartment. Sophie points to one of the cars near the building as Gregory hands you the keys. It's a rather inconspicuous compact car, a decent looking, if not luxurious ride. Stay safe, Christine. This is your first night alone. Don't let it be your last. As they drive away, you find yourself with more freedom than you had for the past few nights. A blessing or a burden? Time will tell. With a list of addresses in hand, you consider your next move. How? So we got Jezebel Childer, Gangrel Neotote named Tamika, who's made herself a haven in Prospect Park. The Ferals aren't exactly a social bunch, even by kindred standards. But if you can keep her from clawing your eyes out just long enough, she might be persuaded to join you. Alright, so we might be able to get some vamp puppies following us. Gumshoe in the Dark. A recent string of violent killings has the Red Hook district of Brooklyn on edge. Sophie mentioned that Adia al-Asmai has a secret associate investigating the murders, an Osprey neotote by the name of D'Angelo. If you help him out, he might be persuaded to form a lasting partnership. Searching for hope. By the way, I'm just instantly going to be picking hope. Just 10 out. I could do this to a poll. I could ask for all feedback. The reality, I am totally going for hope first. 10 out of 10 Malkavian, but look. Sophie suggests you meet Hope, a reclusive member of the Malkavian clan. She's supposedly holed up in an internet cafe in Lower Manhattan. It's a kind of magic. Sophie mentions a vampire clan of blood sorcerers sparked her attention. One of them, Agathon, could potentially be your introduction to bizarre powers of Tremere. I mean, I'm thinking hope. Alright. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a 5-minute break while I have a little stretch and a stroll. Recommend you all do the same if you haven't. Or move your legs. I don't know. Do whatever. But I am going to do that. I'm also going to go and get myself something to have a little nom on. And then we are probably going to do this for, let's have a look, what time is it? 2 o'clock. It's hard to tell what's a good stopping point for these games, right? Because some of these games are short. I don't feel this is a... How long is this game? Does it have any idea of kind of how long the game goes for? Well, nonetheless, yeah, I'm looking please hard. That's all right. You do that while I have a stretch. Thank you, and I'll be back. Either way, we'll do something. Yes, BRB. Hello. Alright, so we got 6 hours or 11 hours, 100% completed. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I'm currently just about to eat a sandwich, so for today's quick nom food, we have a jam sandwich, and we have a ham, Australian mustard, and pickled red onion sandwich. I haven't tried the pickled red onions, so I think they'll go well with the mustard and the ham. Let's find out. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's actually the pickled red onion, the mustard, and the ham. Mint. The crunch is very satisfying. So 6 hours or 11 hours, 100%. Interesting. So we've been playing it for a bit. Yeah, don't know. I'm trying to work out whether now might be a good spot to kind of like go cool for the next session of it, seeing as we're now kind of in a searching. We're going to be talking to a whole bunch of different characters. The first part was very much the tutorial-y, welcome to the kind of game type thing. I might say it's really hot today too. It's like 32 degrees or some shit. So in my office, that means it's like probably 38 degrees or something. Either way, and I can't turn the desk fan on because, well, streaming. How's the throat voice feeling? I mean that's been alright. The heat is definitely, like, I thought would dry it out a lot. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm eating some food. That was probably the biggest concern, was I was getting really hungry. I have done 3 hours of reading though, right? That's I have been doing 3-something hours of just non-stop reading. Me talking for 3 hours non-stop? What the fuck? How weird. To be honest, I'm kind of alright with it, but yeah, like they can, especially if I've got a dodge throat or something, but I think it's just a combination, mate. It's just, as I said, very hot. I'm literally, hence I haven't got face cam. I was thinking putting face cam on today. No way in hell, because I'm sweating, right? Like, it is that hot. It's like my fresh t-shirt is sweating. It's I feel pretty manky. Yeah. So what do we think? Are we enjoying it? Is it good? I'm enjoying it. It's intriguing. Hope my voicing has not been disappointing to people's ears or anything, that it's been at least acceptable. Exactly. That's what we all love to hear. Sorry, I can't eat you. You don't taste right. You know, that's 10 out of 10. Like, good going, Blue Bloods. I would like to this week. I'll definitely try to do a. I would like to do an enshrouded. For sure. No, just smash this jam sandwich. Yeah, good. Be gone, busy, stressful days. Fuck off with the and allow days that are full of mirth, whimsy, and fun endeavours. Fucking shakes burning sage around fucking space or something. There you go. Woo. Oh god, that was good food. All right. So what are we looking at? 2:22 now. You know what? We'll go till 3. We'll go to 3. She'll be all right. What you eat? I ate a raspberry jam sandwich, etc. And I had a very basic but quite nice ham, Australian mustard, and pickled red onion sandwich. And it was the pickled red onions. Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that up in a wrap. Hey, like bit of lettuce, bit of the pickled onions, some grated carrot, bit of cheese, some diced beetroot, maybe some ham or some chicken, and I've got some nice honey mustard mayo put on the wrap. I've been doing my best to eat a lot of, trying to eat healthier stuff now, so I mean that sandwich wasn't exactly healthy, nor was it bad for me, so yeah. All right. Right. Yeah, so just trying to think. So this week, what are we doing this week? This week we'll be going, I don't know. I've been trying to work out what type of games to kind of get through. There's a couple that I want to kind of get back to have a little bash. I said, like Enshrouded, definitely. There's that there. Once Human here and there, because I like to kind of bomb around. There's still stuff I want to knock off and the bosses and yada yada yada. We've got to do a Pantheon stream at some point. I want to have a look at Pantheon again. They've a number of updates. Green Hell, that's another game I've got to look at some point soon. TM. Yeah, so a couple of MMOs, and then there's a couple of like just other little on-off games like that I haven't really shown off too many of the odds and end buildy games. So Necessi, yeah, Necessi. I wanna have a relook at that. Yeah, just bits and pieces, bits and pieces. Yeah, it's awesome, right? Yeah, yeah. There's necessity, abiotic factor. There's a number of things, but yeah, I know in Shrouded we've got still like the dragon to kill. There's quests to still knock out. There's the new update which added a whole bunch of decoratives and other stuff to find. So that's still got a good amount of fun there. Yeah. So yeah. I try to spread out, and at the moment, games like this, I'm just trying to kind of knock out. You know, just have games where I play them a couple of sessions, maybe complete it and go cool. For sure. For sure. You have abiotic, need to play that, right? I definitely, the thing with abiotic factor is I'm, like, I kind of want it, the Dark Energy update is releasing next week or soon, TM. Problem is, I really think, I kind of really want to play it again, but it's also not that far off TM from being its 1.0 release, you know what I mean? So part of me's like, just hold out until 1.0, then maybe I'll just do a little server for a few of us, right? You know, just have a run of it when it's got all of its content. I feel that's kind of, as much as it annoys me, you know, like I kind of want to play it. It's like, nah, just wait. And there's plenty of other games to try out at the moment. You know, there's We're Good. That's what I was saying. I was thinking about, no. The Yakuza, the pirate one, that comes out this month. Abiotic Yams, right? So I was thinking about doing Yakuza. I kind of want to do a play of Yakuza, but the problem with the playthrough of Yakuza is the game's like 80+ hour game. You know what I mean? It's not like, and even just if you go through it pretty quick and don't do the optional, you know, which you want to anyway, just the cutscenes alone, all the voice acting and the cutscenes that you get, just that alone, it's basically, the stream would be like just streaming a movie, pretty much, over many sessions. A very long series of movie, right? Yeah, Prince. I'm not going to do the video because we've already seen this, but this is coming up in 21st of February, so not that far away. So 100% I want to play Pirate Yakuza. I mean, that, real talk, I will probably stream that 100%. Like, that's hell yeah. That's a no-brainer. And I'd also like to finish off a couple of games. Like I know we have the running joke of me with some of these games to complete, but like Dave the Diver, you know, just put in a bit of maximum effort and just finish it, you know, finish it off on stream and go, cool, that's the game finished. And the same with a couple of other little games that do have a finish. Just knock them out. Yeah. And then there's the option, as said, I mean, there's also kind of like some role play stuff. I mean, the only reason I haven't really done any role play stuff is just, quite frankly, I just haven't felt like doing any role playing stuff. that's the mystery resolved on that one. It's just, I mean, part of me, every time I kind of go, maybe I'll fire up some of this, you know, and it's just, I go, oh, I could just not, you know. So we'll get back into a bit of role play stuff soon, Tim, that's for sure. But we are trying to, bit by bit, get through the epic catalogue of games that are in existence, and at least trying some of them. I was going to try the Quinfall. Saz has desperately told me that I really shouldn't play it because it's basically a, like, is it even an MMO? It's, for those that don't know, Quinfall is basically like, it's a very small team. It's got a lot of red flags as an MMO. It's a bit of a nightmare fuel, but it's a curious nightmare fuel. Like it's a weird one, right? It's not like the good game that I'm recommending. It's more of a like I just kind of want to train wreck myself. I haven't train wrecked in a game for a while, so yeah. But I resisted the urge to do it. That's for sure. So we'll see. But I think there are some other games coming up as well. But like I said, I want to try to find that balance of the games that I'm already playing. Just kind of get through them. I have been playing Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. I've been meaning to knock that off my list of completed games. So for a few days I've been giving that a red hot go. I just didn't feel like streaming it, right? It's a turn-based RPG, which works for a lot of Baldur's Gate people, but I'm not very knowledgeable about it. Neither do I think I offer anything to the plate of people watching me play it. It's just one of those guilty pleasure of a very long RPG that I just want to sit down and knock out. But that's been really good. If you do like turn-based RPGs, I think it's Owlcat Studios that does it, and you like 40k and stuff, yeah, Rogue Trader, it's bloody awesome. It's really, really good. But yeah. So, here I am just vibing, not playing this. But the reality is, I think I will wrap up in a moment. As I said, it is just very hot here at the moment, and I'm just sweating bullets. And I want to turn the desktop fan off, basically. But also, I think we've got it to a good point where we can resume again, right? We've now done the initial storyline. We've found out, we've become a vampire. We've got introduced to the Camarilla. We're under the wing of Sophie, the Toreador. We're now in all the machinations. We're developing our powers. We apparently have the power to dominate people. We're a Ventru, a true blood, a blue blood. And now we're tasked with making friends, right? A blood magician, a very interesting individual like MMO player, bloody ghoul detective, and very appealing feral lady. Yeah. I am on BRB just because I'll be wrapping up soon. I could do that. How are you, Zuri? I need more. Zuri, you could have had that. I don't know how long you've lurked for or chilled, but I've been doing that Lockabar voice for the last nearly 3.5 hours of non-stop visual noveling. So if there was a time you ever wanted to hear the Lockabar voice, me doing a visual novel is when it happens. Yeah. Right. But welcome. I hope you're well. Hope you're well, yeah? Hope you're well. Thank you for popping in. Yeah, like I was saying, I started late today, right? Like I didn't know what I was going to stream. The kitties are good. Yeah, the cats are good. They're hot. It's very hot here at the moment. One of them, our barn cat's kind of hanging outside in the shed. Not in the shed, by the way. It's like it's open, the garage, big open garage, right? She lives there. She likes living in there. So she's got plenty of fresh, cool water and food and everything and shade. And the other two boys are inside, in front of the air conditioner. Right? So thank you. They're well. They're well. Thank you for asking. What is it at the moment? I don't know. It's one of those things because obviously my office is way hotter than. Yeah, all right. I mean, it's 29 degrees currently. See, yeah, Celsius. It's 29 degrees. So in my office here, it's probably 34, 35 degrees. Yeah. Whew. So, yeah. And like I was joking, normally this wouldn't be a problem, but I have the desk fan on. You know, I've got a big fan. But unfortunately, it sounds like this. I'll give you a reenactment of what it would sound like if I actually cool myself down while streaming. Yep. How's that sounding, peeps? You enjoying my desk fan? I'm enjoying the fan. Like, the fan's good, don't get me wrong here. Like, this is heavenly. Can you hear the fan at the moment? Seriously, like, yeah, but when I speak though, right? So when I'm speaking now, how's the volume of it coming through? Like when I'm speaking, blah da 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 da. Hang on. Sophie mentioned a gangrel neonate by the name of Tamika who made herself a haven in Prospect Park. The ferals aren't exactly a social bunch, even by kindred standards, but if you can keep her from clawing your eyes out for just long enough, she might be persuaded to join you. Wait, are you telling me that I could have damn well had my fan on all this time and actually been in a pleasantly viable temperature while streaming? Oh my god. Oh. I mean, on one part of me, thank you. I'm so happy that you've developed the understanding for me this, because that's a game changer. Because seriously, oh my god, that's amazing. All right, yeah, so happy now. This is why you do recordings of yourself before streams to check. Look, I know. May even do a flat pack. Well, I did do a recording himself a while back, just not one with a fan. Huh. Fair enough. Fans and flatbacks, right? Fans and flatbacks. Well, that's good. I like that. Cheers to that. 10 out of 10. So we've got this to still continue on, and we will. Well, I'll make the promise to you all. I would like to finish this off rather than just leave it the game like this. Not today, I might say, but this type of game, I don't want to just leave it half finished and then just get back to it later or something like that. So yeah, I would actually like to finish this off for next session. I mean, whether it'll take us that long, but if I start my next session or something like that off my normal hours, my normal 9:30, then I think we have probably a good track of streaming it for 4 or 5 hours. We'll probably get close to finishing off at least a playthrough of it. I'm sure there's, as you were saying, Saz, there's multiple playthroughs and that, but the reality is we're not going to do multiple playthroughs. We can only devote X amount of time to these type of games for at least a playthrough for the time being. But yeah, this is good. This is good. I'm enjoying it. As says a Vampire the Masquerade, old player. It's good. It's good fun. I guess that later on you'll use your abilities here and there and that. But nice as a visual novel, and I believe, as I said, there's 3 in the series. I think, TM. So, yeah, we'll do that. And what are we looking at? So, stream-wise, Wednesday. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If Saz has gotten shit together and is good, we'll probably, maybe, TM, play some Enshrouded. If not, we will pivot and we will play, to be honest, might just finish this off, to be honest, right? The other thing I'll do is if I do something like Enshrouded this week and maybe an MMO, the Sunday coming up, which is my usual Maybe I'll stream, maybe I won't. If I haven't played the second half of this by then, we might do a casual Sunday stream where we just play and finish this off, right? I think that might be definitely a go. I feel Sundays feels like a very this type of game day, for sure, for sure. Am I just vegging out now because literally I've got like cold air blowing on me? I sure do. I can't stress enough how fucking marvelous this is. Now, hi. You can't see my fan, but it is right here. And it's blowing fucking air all over me. God damn it. I think I just made literally a whole stream up until then without swearing, didn't I? Other than the in-game, right? I'm allowed to swear in-game, right? That's got to be a caveat. If the game, and it's a visual novel, has swearing in it, that does not count as one of my swear jars, right? 100%. Now you can stream another 3 hours, right? God damn. That'd be alright. What would I stream for 3.5? The game's throwing into pass, right? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's glorious. This is a look of contentment, right? Just sitting there going, I like this. This is good. This is excellent. What would you stream? Anything you wanted? Or just chatting? Or flat packs? Or cats? Exactly, right? Exactly. What would I stream? That was a very good call. Flat packs, right? My God. Possibly, right? I was thinking of buying myself a stand-up chair. That's what I want to do too, right? Like hear me out. So we've entered the I'm wrapping up by 3 for the day, so we are just chatting now. But this is what I want to work on, is I've got to work out the camera thing or get another camera so that, because obviously when I'm playing the game, like, so for those that don't, my monitor's here in front of me, right? You can't, that's the monitor we're looking at right here when I look at there. Cool. And off over here when I'm always looking over this way, that's my second monitor, yeah, where chat is, right? So a lot of my kind of things when I'm talking to people, obviously I'm looking over this way. So I'm trying to work out the best kind of angle, or whether to get another camera up or something so it's also doing it this way when I'm looking that way. I don't know yet. I don't know. There were considerations being made as to working something out of that level. But as I said, because half the time I'm always looking this way. Ahoy! How are you, mate? How are you, buddy? You're just a good example here. I'm reading the chat going, how are you? But then realise, of course, I've got to look this way to go, how are you, mate? I'm trying to work out which way I should put my camera on. I don't know. I mean, if I had my camera facing this way, then basically what we're going to get a sideway look kind of that way. Those some minis back there? Oh, mate. They are. Yeah. I don't know if I can... Yeah. What can we do here? Let's see. Hold. Could always... How would that work? Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. I like this. Oh, sweet. Oh, fuck me. Alright. Oh, shit. Oh, no. How's that? Is that it? Is that a thing? I mean, obviously not perfect thing. Like that kind of angle? What do we talk about? Oh, no. Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Oh, that actually... I mean, that's kind of doable. Although it is facing the doorway there. It's not exactly an the only downside is it's not exactly an interesting view, right? Not that my backdrop was, but the backdrop, right? Exactly, right? I mean, And if I place my camera what kind of there, this way? This way? Oh my goodness. Oh, hang on. Oh no. What's that over there? Oh, what's that, orc boy? Oh my god. Tantalizing you. Oh my goodness. Time to flip the office. The problem, yeah. So if we had a, yeah. No, that's even worse. Hang on. then it's just, hang on. Right, we're turning into a tech stream at the moment. Now we've just got the glare of the window. Oh no. And the monitor. Shit, alright. There's my fan though. Hey, we can see the desk fan. Right? Hey. Look at that. Desk fan cam. Maybe I just need to get 3 cameras. Maybe I just need to get multiple cameras and one of those stream wank things where I can just press a button to go camera 1, camera 2, camera 3. Oh my god, all I have to do is buy 2 more cameras. Amazing. That's a weird angle. I mean, you can see the miniatures, but not really. The only thing about the headache they cause, right? I wish I could show you a bit better. Hang on. Hang on. Voting for a dance floor, right? So, hang on. I'm trying to get a better view of. Oh my goodness! Look at all that unpainted lizardman army, and they haven't even been put on their bases yet. And a bit of naughty over there in the corner, a bit of lewd. Don't worry about it. Yeah, board game collection. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Actually, can we get a better view of this? Yeah. Bear with me. Hold. We're trying things out, right? Trying things out. All right. Look at that. Look at that hideous amount of figures and shit, right? Look at that. Isn't that horrific? How much grey resin is there? So look at it. Horrific, right? What else we got? More bloody Arkham Horror shit. Boxes of card games. Disgusting. So, oh, yeah. Wait, camera. How do I put you back on here? This? Oh shit, I can't even remember how I put my camera back on. Now. Oh no. Shit. Oh, it's like that, yeah? That is but a fraction. It truly is. Now, oh no, I think I've... Shit. Oh no, I've forgotten how I got my camera attached. This is awkward. Oh no. Oh shit. I think we just fucked it up. Cheers. Hang on. How's this meant to work? Goes there, right? Yeah. Sure. You had it fine and then you start fussing. Look, so now we've ascertained. That's a lot of resin. You need to start painting. Yeah, I do. I do. I have a lot of figures. Sadly. Yeah, I don't know. Like, kind of. I did actually like looking that way. The problem is if I put my second monitor light there. Oh, actually, hear me out. What if? I suppose I could just simply, because I was thinking about, I suppose I could just do the monitor above the monitor, right? Like this monitor here, I could instead have it kind of looking up like, I don't know how I feel about having to look up though, kind of like at chat, kind of that way. Isn't it funny, like how we all like our different ways of doing it, right? Like, I got asked, you know, why don't I have, say, a third monitor? And for me, I get a bit nauseous at 3 monitors. Like if I've got a monitor there or a monitor there and a monitor there, I actually start to feel it's a bit much for me. 2 monitors, no problem. No problem at all. But 3 monitors, whatever, just seems to bug me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So this, like, this view's good, like, yeah, like when I'm... That's fine, right? When I'm actually looking at the game... Yeah, let's see if we can get... So I'm using it, what do you call it? A Logitech C930E. And I have been thinking, it's a good one. I mean, it was good back in the day, right? A lot of people still use it here and there. But I was thinking of getting another webcam. But I also thought, well, if I'm going to get another webcam, I was thinking of actually getting myself an actual camera, like a Sony or something. Because I've never really had a proper camera for like my miniatures, things like that, you know, kind of getting a stand and getting an overhead of it. And to be honest, it would be fun to be able to kind of have a camera set up over my model section and flick to that camera to kind of show some of that off, rather than going, oh, it's over here, man. Right? So that's a possibility. But yeah, I was looking at the standing desks. Yeah, I was looking at some standing desks, so I was thinking about getting one of those, because I actually don't mind standing at a desk. Possibility of overheating? Yeah. I mean, I suppose that's fair. I don't know. I mean, how hot do they need to get? I mean, I kind of like, today's like a very rarity, you know, it's not like normally 35 degrees in my office. It's like this is a heat wave at the moment. So yeah, normal temperatures like 25 degrees, 24 degrees standard. I think standard type of thing. But I thought a nice camera. By the way, I'm not a big camera person, people, so I don't have all the thing. I've just watch stuff and read stuff about them. But from what I understand, having a nice camera would be good, certainly quality-wise. Yeah. But I think if I could do so, yeah, a nice camera, a nice new camera. I was thinking a Sony. With, you know, way of that. Which leads me to the thing I was also thinking I probably would still like to get myself a Stream Deck. I feel that as I'm going into a couple of these things, having a Stream Deck would be of use, for sure. Let's have a look here. Oh my goodness. There you go. Hell yeah. Stream Deck is really nice to have. Yeah. Interesting. Camera. Webcam controls. Why are you not letting me webcam control? Hello? Okay. Yeah. Should just make sure that my... Okay. It's alright. Yeah, so that's something which I want to entertain anyway, because it's made me realise, and I actually thought about, so the only other option I've got is, I mean, I suppose if I put the computer, if I had the desk and all that over that way, right? Just trying to think how that would make a difference. If I streamed from that way and it looked at the back wall here, I mean, you don't get to see a doorway, I guess. I know. But I definitely want to change up a few angles anyway, for sure, because a lot of the time when I am talking, as I say, I'm talking like this a lot. So yeah. I shall pick all of your brains some point, bit by bit. Have your off stream, take your camera around your room and see where you like it. Yeah. I should do that. What I do need to do is, once and for all, get this dumbass office into gear and clean this up, because I've got one table, which is a dining table, which is what I'm using for my... I've got my computer on this side, monitor, off monitor, a surround sound speaker setup that literally isn't being a surround sound speaker setup, so it's taking up space on my table that literally is not needed. And I think we've got a PlayStation 4 and a Switch just over here. They're just sitting there going, were you actually going to play us on stream or something, mate? Like, what are you doing there? Yeah. That is where I sleep. Good call. I personally like it because it's nice and good for the back. Like, keeps your posture really good. Yeah. The cushion there, really nice for your neck. No, it's 10 out of 10. Time to make you play Animal Crossing. I have got Animal Crossing. That's the sad truth. Like, I actually have it, and I barely played it. Yeah, that's my sleep stream. So I've got, yeah, my table there. I've got this table here where I do a lot of my hobby stuff, my wargaming stuff, putting my miniatures together, painting, yada yada. And then in the little corner there you can see, that's where all my Final Girl board games that I've collection are. As well as a bunch of Digimon, boxes of Digimon spares. Yes, I should give them away or something. Look, hear me out. The only reason I'm keeping them is because I'm making little decks that are little beginner decks to just hand them out en masse to all my mates' kids and just whoever. Just go there. But it gets me, I don't want to just hand off the box of just... It's all about order. Things have got to be in order, right? I've got to do something about that. But that's a lot of Digimon sitting there. Then over in that corner over there... yeah, I can't even do my hand that way. Here's another cupboard thing which has all my Flesh and Blood card games. And then you've seen some of the cupboard which has all my to-do resin models as well as miscellaneous board games and even more card games, CCGs and TCGs, including my Arkham Horror living card game collection and my Marvel Champions living card game collection. I like card games. Yes. And yeah, so sadly I've got a really good space and the cupboards are really good use. The idea originally was, you know, be able to put some shelves up and all that on that wall, yada yada. If the only other downside to having my computer and that on that side and having things on this side is the PowerPoints over this side, right? It's not a game change breaker, but the PowerPoints are on this side of the wall. They're not on that side of the wall. So I would have to run like extension cable or something from it, which, yeah, I could tidy it up, but we'll see. We'll see. I think to be honest, if I get myself a standing table here, then I think that's... I'll have to see how that goes, because obviously I'll be standing up and then sitting down. That's going to change the look of how I do things. And so, yeah, maybe I will just play around with the camera or something. And I mean, there is the other thing too. Those fancy changing screens to hide the door, right? There is another thing I could do. Hear me out. I could just get, you know, like, so I was saying the camera, I could just get an actual arm to put on the table and then move the camera up so maybe it's in a better position facing this way or something, you know what I mean? Like, or get it around and actually angle it so that, yeah, I might be able to do something like that. My God, how industrious. So we've gone from, dude, are you going to play Vampire, to like, what's he doing? He's just ramming his camera around his setup, and he's just given us a very sad office reveal. You know, like everyone goes, hey guys, this is my office reveal. Like, oh my God. And you're like, oh, that's hot shit. And then you just looked at mine, and you're like, wow, the dude just has 3 tables, some shelves, a whole bunch of unpainted resin models, and cupboards full of board games and shit. Wow. Right? So, well, thank you. Like, I'll be real, I'm a very functional human being. I like things just... if it works, it works, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the reason I have that table there originally was, 1, because it allowed me to sort out more of my models, yeah? And 2, when I had a mate come over, rather than go downstairs into my other games room, we could just, if it was just him and me, I could just bring that table here. I'd sit here, he'd sit there on the other side, and we could just play some board games and card games in my office while we had music playing. You know what I mean? Like, it just allows me to actually literally play some games with my mate. And then Diego decided that he liked to sleep there. Hence this shit. And then Diego has now decided he doesn't like sleeping here anymore. Until I take that away, and then he wants to sleep there, right? So that's what that's doing at the moment, is nothing. This old desk thing I've got here, it's literally just because it's a desk that can store all my figures, and it's got light outside my window to paint. That's it. You know, it's there is nothing ridiculous. It's got some drawers, right, for my snackos and stuff and my paperwork. So yeah, and then this table here is literally a dining table, right? It's one of those that fold out, the kind of oval ones. It's nice that you extend out. So it's actually it's very heavy. It's very sturdy. It can support the weight of a lot. And so it's got my computer on the end. It's got multiple things sitting on it, right? Realistically, in terms of workflow, this is abysmal, right? Because really, as I said, if I get myself a standing table in here, that it should be able to take up most of the space here. And then I probably can get away with having one of the desks or tables taken out, yeah, and then just have one main table. The original idea was I wanted to have a L-shaped, yeah, like run along the wall and run along the window here, which is excellent, and I think it would be really good because then I'd have all the space here to just zip around in my chair, kind of over to here, back to here, streaming, or streaming this way or whatever. The downside, obviously, if I want a standing table, F me, I guess, right? So, yeah, I don't know. There are possibilities. There are possibilities. I might have a little play around with it over this week or something, just as Sez said, like just play around with the camera. But definitely getting a Sony camera or something. I keep saying Sony. The only reason I do is because I'm not a camera freak. I don't know everything about cameras. I'm sure there's all sorts of options. But from what I personally have understood, at least, is Sony tends to be good with what they do, and a lot of people have them, which means if you require information about a certain camera or thing, there's probably going to be a lot of people that actually also have one. You know what I mean? Or you get the weird branded one that's like really good features, but no one's really heard of. And if you need to look something up about it, it's just like, so if you hear me keep saying Sony, it's just literally because, you know, it's a brand that seems to have good rep, and at the end of the day, you can find a lot of info out if you need it. But yeah, I had a look into a new Sony cam. And yeah, the table situation's all done. But now we've had to play around with those angles, yeah. Yeah, I like it, because literally half the time I am... Oh, hear me out. What if I place the game monitor here? And then I'm playing... Oh, actually, that wouldn't screw my neck up at all, would it? What if that was the game monitor? I just moved that to there, and then I put the stream chat in the dead center. Huh. Yeah, what could go wrong with sitting on an angle like this for my spine? That'd be fine, right? And neck? That'd be okay, wouldn't it? That'd be already like my neck needed to be crunched just from thinking about it. Shit. So, yeah, we'll see. Alright. Well, nonetheless, we got to 3 o'clock from me just wanking around about stuff. You got to see my office. Well done, everyone. You're all champs. You got to see it. And sadly, Orkboy got to see some more of my pile of shame. Probably just sitting there going, can't even talk to you anymore, man. We can't be seen in the same room or anything. Like, screw this. That's horrific. And I understand. I mean, a sea of grey is never a happy thing to see, right? Disgusting. But I need to get some primer, so then next time you'll see it as a sea of black primer. Right? That'd be great. But without that, with that ado, I will wrap up now. I've got cats to feed. Speaking of cats, cats to feed, and then maybe get myself something else to maybe nom on. And then, yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. Thank you for adding more time for your voice. Indeed. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, like appreciate you all for like popping in and just kicking back. Doesn't matter what you do, you lurk and chilling, the odds say hello. It's all welcome. I've been a bit sporadic with my streaming because, to be blunt, I just haven't felt it. I just get in those moods, right? The best of Toytons, right? You know, I've always come up with that. Just once in a while, I just get in the mood that I don't want to stream. I just go, right? And I just had a week of that last week where I just didn't want to stream much. But this week I'm feeling a bit better about it now. So should be back on Wednesday. Hopefully, I won't promise myself to it, but hopefully we'll get back to at least the 9:30 start again, because I'd like to keep that back to where it was. And yeah, we'll see where we're at with there. So, hope you've all had a good morning, afternoon or evening. I shall catch up with you all soon. Thanks you once again. I'll talk to you all soon. Yes.